This program is presented by Community Television. A simulcast can be found on WRFP-LP 101.9 FM.
This council meeting will come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Velo.
Here.
Duax.
Here.
Emmanuel.
Here.
Kincaid.
Here.
Klinkhammer.
Here.
Mitchell.
Here.
Olson.
Here.
Pavelski.
Here.
Von Hayden.
Here.
Vu.
Yeah.
Worthman.
Here.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and welcome everyone to the Monday, November 12th, 2012 session of the Eau Claire City Council. During its Monday night sessions, the council seeks input from citizens, conducts hearings in which we listen to your input and invite public comment and ask questions, all in preparation for our legislative session, which convenes tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. Some of the input we will receive tonight won't be decided on tomorrow, but will most definitely be decided on in subsequent meetings. Therefore, we value your input and we give you plenty of time to make your points this evening. Council does have important items on its agenda, which include a public hearing regarding the zoning and general land use of an ongoing conversation our community is having about a proposed confluence project. We have 3 more rezoning requests to conduct a hearing about after the first agenda item. When the public portion of the meeting is finished this evening, the council will be convening into closed session to hear a report regarding an update to negotiations with our police officers union, as is our responsibility in that matter. We welcome citizens who are joining us in chambers tonight and those of you who are viewing live on community television and streaming at cbctv.org. For those of you who do wish to speak during the meeting, I'll briefly review the protocol. When the item that interests you is introduced and after a staff report, I will invite you to the podium. You can approach the podium right in front of council. When you do so, please state your name and your address for the public record and then begin your statements. We do institute a 5-minute speaking limit per speaker. We do that in interest of fairness so that the meeting moves along and so that every single speaker has the same opportunity and is granted the same amount of time. We have found over the years that it's a very effective way to receive comment, to keep the meeting moving, and to ensure that all the comments are heard. We can help you mark your 5 minutes by a lighting system right at the podium. A green light means your 5 minutes began. A yellow light means you have 1 minute left, and the red light means that your 5 minutes have expired. At which time I will politely ask you to sum up your comments, but you should remain at the podium as council often has questions for the speaker. And often those questions help illuminate your point and help you make further points or dig deeper into the content of the point that you're trying to make. We do understand that people may be nervous and feel strongly about what they're trying to say, and we accommodate thoughtful statements. We also accommodate strong statements, and we understand that, and we're accustomed to working in that kind of environment, and we welcome you to be honest and forthright about what's on your mind. We also run a very respectful meeting, and we have had great success over the last many years in conducting our meetings with respect and in an open sort of manner. Especially on the first agenda item, our city is embarking on a deep conversation about a brand new idea. And heretofore, we have had excellent input from all points of view. And I don't imagine that that's going to change tonight, but we are breaking some new ground, and we understand that there are lots of things to be worked out. There are lots of points of view that need to be aired, and we are very interested in hearing those points of view and taking them into consideration deeply. If at the end of your, I have to say, if at the end of your 5 minutes and I cut you off, I'll do so respectfully. There'll be time for questions. You also may have an opportunity to come back up to the podium. Often, council considers second comments, so if you want to wait through other people who have a chance to speak, you're often and you're most welcome to come back up to the podium and continue some thoughts if that seems very, very important to you. And lastly, for those of you who may not want to speak or maybe run out of time in your life, there are comment sheets at the back of chambers. You can write out your comment. Those are delivered to council before our meeting tomorrow. They are considered with the same weight as anyone who speaks tonight, so feel free to use that avenue of communicating with council if coming in front of or standing in front of the podium doesn't work for you. And if you have any problems with a technological glitch, you can ask Ms. Merle, who will be glad to help you. She's right there. Oh.
I think that's a 5-minute notice.
I've just been cut off. It's probably a good thing. Brian, was that something we have to worry about? No? Okay, Brian says no. So we won't worry about it. All right, let's get going on our meeting. Our city's engaged in a really exciting conversation, and I'm excited to hear the next step in that conversation, which will begin in just a moment with item number 1, which is an ordinance rezoning property along the west side of North Barstow, north of Eau Claire Street, extending west and south, to the west side of Graham Avenue, north of Gibson, from CBD, which is Central Business District, and P Public to CBDP, which is Central Business District Plan. I'm really glad I was on the Plan Commission for 10 years. It helps me. And to approve the general development plan for the Confluence project. Mr. Tufte, an introduction.
This is the property. It is located on the west side of Barstow Street, north of Eau Claire Street, on the west side of Grand Avenue, north of Gibson Street, and then at the confluence of the Chippewa and Eau Claire River. The areas in orange have Central Business District zoning, and the rezoning simply attaches the general development plan to that zoning. The area in green has P Public zoning for the Haymarket parking lot. The proposed request before you rezones it to Central Business District plan development for the larger mixed-use building on the property. The remaining of the Haymarket parking lot remains P Public for the public plaza, which is part of the project. Within your packets, the general development plan. It proposes 2 buildings. The first is the Fine Arts Center. It has three theaters with a total seating of 1,900. The second is the mixed-use building. It includes a residential dormitory with 117 dwelling units, which is 375 total beds. A retail space of 27,100 square feet, includes 2 restaurants and underground parking with 196 spaces. And then you have the public plaza in between the 2 buildings and riverfront trails along both the Eau Claire and Chippewa River. This is a building elevation of the project from Barstow Street and the Eau Claire River. And that's the prospectus of the project. Again, with the Performing Arts Center and the mixed-use building and the public plaza. The proposed uses of this project are allowed within the present CBD zoning of the project. The proposed rezoning then again expands the central business district to include 0.4 acres of P-public zone land that is presently the Haymarket parking lot. And again, we highlight that with this map in terms of what is actually rezoned. This is city-owned property, and the applicant will need to negotiate a purchase of this property as part of the project. And we have conditions at the end of the report that address that. We note in the report the goal of the downtown chapter of the comprehensive plan, and we do believe the project is consistent with that goal. We also attach the major physical improvements and redevelopment area map from the downtown chapter. And we would note that this map actually shows redevelopment in red, the public plaza in blue, and the riverfront trails in green. We do believe this project is consistent with this map. We also list the various objectives and policies within the downtown plan that we believe support the project. We also reviewed the project as it pertains to the waterways plan. This is an older version of the Confluence project that is in the waterways plan, simply because the waterways plan was done a few years ago. But the same principles in terms of public plaza, buildings, and riverfront trails are illustrated in the waterways plan. And again, we believe this project is consistent with the waterways plan. The project narrative and rezoning map does show easements for the riverfront trail of a 10-foot easement along the Eau Claire River in width, and a 33 to 40-foot wide easement along the Chippewa River. We do believe the city should negotiate the actual widths of those trails with final site plans for the project. The waterway, or the other map that the applicant provided, actually illustrates additional setbacks in greenway on both sides of those trails. And there's principles in the waterway plan that call for a 40-foot greenway, 20-foot setbacks, although they can be reduced in the downtown area. And again, we believe those types of principles should be looked at with the final site plans for this project. And again, we have a condition at the end of our report that addresses that. The waterway plan also talks about building features that should be encouraged along the waterways with equal building facade treatments, windows facing the waterways, plazas, decks, balconies, and materials such as brick and other improvements facing the waterways. Again, those types of things should be addressed with the final site plans for the project, and we have a condition at the end of the report addressing that. This project was reviewed by Waterways and Parks Commission. They did recommend approval with conditions noted in the report. One, again, deals with the widths of the greenway, which is the pathway, and setbacks of the building being at least 30 feet, and we have placed that as a condition at the end of the report, and ensuring significant first-floor public access to buildings. And again, that gets into the building facades of these buildings as they face the waterways, which is again addressed as a condition at the end of the report. The comprehensive plan also has a historic preservation chapter. Its goal is noted in our report. The policies stated in this chapter call for us to seek and prepare nominations for the National Register of Historic Places for individual properties and districts. And then the chapter goes on to state that we should consider then designating these properties as local landmarks. Part of this project is within National Register District. This is the Confluence Historic Commercial District within the downtown area, this being Barstow and Eau Claire. It's on both sides of the street, includes the State Theater over here. There are actually 9 properties within this project that are National Register. One of them is an individual National Register, also referred to as the Klein property. We did note that these properties are not locally landmarked at this time, meaning that the city's landmarked ordinance does not apply to these properties. National Register properties, though, have other restrictions applied to them. One of them that we found out is TIF financing for the use of the demolition of the structure is prohibited. And we do again have a condition at the end of the report to address that issue. The council did approve a resolution for the Confluence project that was subject to a number of factors, one of them being a determination of the current National Register of Historic Places status. This map is in the report. Also, the applicant met with the Landmarks Commission last week. Their report is within your packet. Also attached to their report is a report prepared by applicant on the various structural analysis for the buildings within the National Register District. In terms of the parking code requirements, this project provides a 196 stall parking lot within an underground parking area for the mixed-use building, which is this building here with access on to Eau Claire Street. It is proposed by applicant that these spaces be a city-owned and operated parking facility. An applicant will need to enter into a development agreement with the City Council for this provision, and we do address that as a condition at the end of the report. The required parking for this project is based on the seating capacity of the arts centers, the square footage of retail and restaurant space, the number of dwelling units and bedrooms. If you go through all the calculations and subtract out the parking that they are providing, the project is 526 stalls short of its required parking. There are then provisions in code that allow that parking to be within certain distances of the project. We would note that parking for the residential dormitory is 204 stalls, and city code requires that parking to be within 500 feet of the site. The parking analysis from applicant states there are 405 stalls within the Civic Center ramp right across the road from us. And that analysis states that the UW Eau Claire students will be required to park their cars in that Civic Center ramp. We would note the ramp is within 500 feet of the residential dormitories of the project. And in review of parking for proposed residential use, our city code has two standards. One, the parking must be available. And second, we must consider the likelihood that such spaces will be used by the residents and not result in vehicles being parked on the street. The parking availability in that parking ramp is analyzed in the traffic engineer's analysis, which is in our report. And it states that this parking may not be available. And when it says may not, it means it will be available most of the time, but there will be instances where it won't be available depending on what's going on in our downtown area. We raised also a concern about the likelihood that such spaces will be used. Again, they are proposing that this project have a 196 stall parking structure underneath that residential dormitory, and that parking will be more convenient for the students than our Civic Center ramp, which is about a block away. Again, we have a condition at the end of the report addressing this issue. The parking requirements for the Fine Arts Center is 415 stalls. Applicant's parking analysis assumes that the operations of the theater will on average use about 50% of that parking, simply because some theaters will be operating, other theaters won't at the same time. City code simply states that that must be available within 800 feet of the building. The parking requirement for the retail restaurant space is 143 stalls, and again, city code says that that must be within 800 feet of the building. In terms of the availability of that, we again address that as a condition in the list at the end of the report. Briefly summarizing the parking analysis from the city traffic engineer, they raised 3 points. One, that the land for the 32-stall parking lot at Barstow and Graham Avenue is leased from a private property and may not be available in the long term. Number two, that the parking ramp across the street presently has 208 monthly permits issued of its 405 stalls, and therefore it may not be available to meet the requirements of the long-term needs of this facility. And second, the 2003 development agreement with RCU requires the city to provide an additional 300 stalls within 800 feet of that building if a second building is constructed. And it was noted at the Plan Commission meeting by a representative from RCU that they do not have plans on building that second building. The parking analysis concludes with it is anticipated that the Confluence project is, if built, will generate additional development and redevelopment of existing structures, which in turn will increase the parking demands in the downtown area. And the parking analysis done by the applicant, simply because it wasn't within their scope, didn't address that future need. And that's basically then addressed again at the end of our report with a condition of approval. Our report goes on and talks about the condominium plat, which is proposed by the applicant as the ownership to be established for this project. And that condominium plat will require Plan Commission and City Council approval, and we address that with a condition. It goes on and talks about the site preparation. The applicant is requesting the city participate in the site preparation for this project. And these are typical costs requested for projects within redevelopment area, so this is normal. Again, we would note that TIF financing for the raising of buildings has restrictions, and we would note that a development agreement will need to be negotiated with the City Council for these costs with the project. And that will also include the public costs, such as the public plaza, riverfront trail, pedestrian bridge, and other public improvements. We address that with a condition at the end of the report. Part of this project is within a mapped floodplain, and the developer will need to obtain permits from FEMA to fill the site and raise it out of the floodplain in accordance with city floodplain regulations. This is similar to what we did with the North Barstow project, so it's nothing unusual. And again, we address that with a condition at the end of the report. This project is within the North Barstow redevelopment area, so the RDA will need to approve the project. The final site plans consistent with this general development will need to go back through Plan Commission for approval. The streets for the project, we would note part of the Community Fine Arts Center is shown as encroaching into Gibson Street. And if the project goes forward with that design, that will require either a encroachment from council or a partial street vacation. So we have a condition noted in the report addressing that issue. We are recommending a traffic impact analysis be provided with this project, and I was informed by applicant just now that they have completed that. And our report goes on and addresses water service, sanitary sewer service, storm drainage, and transit provisions. With that, the Plan Commission did recommend approval of the project with the 16 conditions listed in the report. And I'll go back through them one more time. Condition 1 requires City Council approval of an agreement for the transfer of land that occurs. Condition 2 states the city will review the easement widths of the riverfront trail and the setbacks of building with final site plans for the project. A minimum of 30-foot greenway will be required, and that reflects the Waterways and Parks Commission recommendations. Condition 3, the city will review building design appearance as it relates to the rivers with final site plans for the project as per the policies of the Waterway Plan. Again, comes from Waterways and Parks Commission. Condition 4, use of TIF financing for raising a National Register properties is restricted by applicable provisions of law. Condition 6, enter an agreement with City Council for the parking facility construction and ownership. I scribbled out my numbers here, so I got that one wrong. Condition 6, enter into a long-term agreement with appropriate parties to assure the availability of the required number of off-street parking stalls within 500 feet of the proposed housing component of the mixed-use building. And this provision requires approval of the Plan Commission prior to or with final site plans for the project, meaning they will have to come back and show by actual agreement how they're going to provide the parking for their dormitory. Condition 7, the developer shall amend the confluence parking study to incorporate the findings of a comprehensive evaluation to be completed by the city of downtown parking usage and project demand based on current and possible future redevelopment. Again, this will have to come back before the Plan Commission prior to or with final site plan approvals. This addresses then the traffic engineer's concerns. Condition 8 is the condominium plat coming back before Plan Commission and Council. Condition 9 is the development agreement with the city for the construction of the required public improvements. Condition 10 is FEMA approval of removal of the property from floodplain. Condition 11 is the RDA approval of the project. Condition 12 is Plan Commission review and council approve the street vacations or encroachment of that building on Gibson Street. Condition 13 is the final site plans consistent with this general development plan go back through Waterways Commission for review and Plan Commission for approval. Condition 14 is the traffic impact analysis, which we have. Condition 15 is working with the city to obtain DNR permits for the construction adjacent to the rivers. And condition 16 deals with the drainage and water quality issues of the development. And with that, I'd answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tufti. The chair wants to correct an error on her part. I failed miserably to introduce to the public our brand-new city manager, who Mr. Russell Van Gumpel is his first meeting with us tonight, and the first thing I did was even ignore that he's here. So, bad. In our city, we just go to work. We don't fuss around with stuff. We just go to work. So, welcome, Mr. Van Gumpel, and the council welcomes you and the citizens. I'll give you a chance to speak at the end, so, or unless you have some words of wisdom that you want to drop right now. Okay. Mr. Tufti, thank you for your detailed report and your energy regarding this project. Council members have questions for Mr. Tufti. Councilmember Belson.
I'll start. I have a couple at least. When was the waterways plan done that incorporated that preliminary design, for the Haymarket? I'm curious.
A year and a half ago? Not that long ago?
Was
it adopted this year?
Just last winter.
Okay.
Was it?
Mr. Duex was right. There was a spring.
Okay. Okay, that's my first one. Then I was wondering, when will this parking study be completed by the developer that will encompass that traffic analysis that we've already got?
Again, the recommendation is that the city should be involved in partnership with this parking analysis, since we're now going to not only look at what exists now, but do some projections into the future. So it'll be in concert with Public Works, that parking analysis. The time frame, you'd have to ask Brian to come up, and maybe he can give you some details on that.
And in calculating this parking requirements,
Yes.
and et cetera, it seems to be a lot of working together and trying to come up with, what is it, the 400, the total, what was the total?
The total, their short was
Total amount
526.
is- Yeah,
Yeah.
but the total required was how much?
700 and some.
Okay.
I'm digging. 722.
722. Okay, and then the other question that would have, in light of that underground parking that would be developed, is the floodplain issue.
No, what they do with these projects is they literally fill the site, petition to FEMA to have it removed from the floodplain, and then they build the parking structure down underneath the building with the exits at 1 foot or above the regional flood elevation. And that's how they then actually have these parking structures underneath these buildings. It's the same as the Smiling Moose building, as I call it. There's a parking structure underneath that goes into the flood elevation, but the openings into the building are at least 1 foot above the regional flood elevation.
Okay. How far back does that go from the river?
There's actually on the one map,
It shows
so many of them
that as
here, it is indicated. This blue line here is the regional flood
well. Okay.
approximate location.
I was looking for that, yeah.
So it does have dry land access on our streets.
Okay.
And again, it's anywhere from an inch up to a few feet as you head down towards the river
Okay.
in terms of the depth.
Thank you.
Any questions? Councilmember Duex.
A couple things on condition number 2 mentions the 30-foot greenway. I don't know if you mentioned during your presentation that the applicant did bring in a revised drawing that showed
Yes.
a 30-foot setback.
That was brought into the Plan Commission, and they have acknowledged they will provide at least that 30 feet or more in terms of the greenway trail and setback of the building. Yes.
Secondly, on number 10, there's been a lot of questions about that. about the floodplain area. I think you've explained it pretty well. The agreement that you're anticipating is an agreement between the city and the developer for the city to actually be responsible for raising that floodplain. Is that correct or not?
The agreement basically, we asked the developer to prepare the engineering drawings and all the information that has to be submitted to FEMA. We make the actual formal submittal to FEMA. They then come in and grade the whole site up to those specifications. And once those, the grading's been all engineered and approved, then we get the letter of map amendment revision, LOMR as it's called, from FEMA.
Yeah. With respect to the Phoenix Park development,
Yes.
do you recall how many feet that was raised out of the floodplain?
Again, probably anywhere from inches up to probably 4 feet would probably be the max. You'd have to get Brian up here in order to give you the specifics on
This has
that.
been done before.
Yes, quite a bit of the Phoenix Park project was raised, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Tufti, too, for the presentation this evening. Just a quick question on the P public zoned area. Is the entirety of that area owned by the city then?
The city owns the areas in white and purple at this time. It's essentially the Haymarket parking lot.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Von Eyck.
Just for clarification purposes, they say the building heights will be approximately 76 feet. What are the current building heights out there roughly?
I would say, I don't know if there's a 3-story structure. Well, I know there is one 3-story structure. I think there are 2-story structures, the majority of them. I know 2 South Barstow is a 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Approximately what height is that, do you know?
The older buildings, they probably have about 12 foot a floor, so 36 feet would be a typical 3-story structure.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Tufti? I see none. Thank you again. The applicant will be speaking next, but I'm not sure if they want the maps left or.
I'll leave them all.
Okay. Representing the applicant.
Thank you. Good evening. Disa Wallstrand with Ayers Associates here on behalf of Haymarket Concepts. If you'll allow, there are 3 of us who would be able to better address your questions. My colleague Ken Voigt would answer parking and traffic questions, and Mr. Schaefer, representing Haymarket Concepts, can answer some more specific questions about the project. But I'd be happy to answer some of your general questions. A few lead-in comments. First, I appreciate Council President Kincaid's description of this as an ongoing conversation. I think it's important to note that we're very early in the process of this. You'll note from the drawings that are available that we have not dug into design details on this, and so this is a great opportunity to hear from folks about their feedback on the project, and so we can incorporate that as we move forward. In addition, there have been some comments as we have met with the public, some concerns about public input and opportunities for the public to hear about the project. And Mr. Schaefer does have a nice summary of some of the various public meetings that were held, both to share information and also to receive comments from the public so far. So there has been some of that going on already. As far as the staff recommendations, we find that those give us very good direction for some of the things we need to do next in the process, and there are none of those conditions that are uncomfortable to us, so we would certainly accept those 16 comments, including Councilman Duax mentioned the concept of the 30-foot setback. Again, this is a rough early idea. For what we had in mind after hearing the feedback from Waterways and Parks, and then again at Plan Commission, prior to Plan Commission, we did sketch up the idea. This red line is representing essentially that 30-foot setback from the edge of the river there, and so that leaves room for a 12-foot trail, as well as some green spaces and other opportunities along there, so it does push the building back. So that already was consistent with the ideas that the developer had in mind for the project. With that, I think I would just jump to accepting questions, please.
Ms. Wallstrand, questions for her? Councilmember Von Hayden.
I'll just follow up on another one of the concerns that Waterways and Parks brought out, and that is, have you looked at any of the possibility of having for the retail areas in the lower section openings to the river so that you utilize the views and the sites there?
Yes, actually, that is consistent with what the developer intends to do. There would be, even some of these older depictions before comment have had opportunities for the public to come in and out of the building at that level, and windows and views to the river as well along the Eau Claire River. That's a great opportunity there.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Twix.
Just to underscore, excuse me, just to underscore something I think we understood at the Plan Commission, these sketches were done before any input was brought from anybody. They're just artist concepts, I think you call them.
Right.
So they don't represent anything that might be necessarily in the final design.
Right. I think it's accurate to say that these are the general idea of what would go forward, and certainly what we're here today to get direction on, hopefully with the general development plan approval, is the limits of the footprints, the ideas of setbacks, and then within that, the architects would be able to do their design. And I know that the intent, some of the other concerns we've had, the intent for this building, the mixed-use building, is that it specifically incorporates some of those characteristics of downtown, some of the buildings around it, and the architects that interviewed were all pretty enthusiastic about the opportunity to do that with the building design.
Thank you, Ms. Wallstrom. Councilmember Pavelski. Mine's going to be real general here, but I appreciate the fact that you're saying that the detailed design is not here yet. My question has to do with access, coming down Eau Claire Street and these buildings, and how do you envision this to happen? Because I look at these drawings and I still haven't quite figured out what you have in mind. So from a general perspective, tell me how to get in. Yeah.
I think that the ideas that are coming forward with this project are consistent with what we heard and discussed during the Eau Claire Street and Barstow Street City project, the 30% concept design that was done there. And one important point of that, I think, is coming from this part of Eau Claire Street, what we might call where the Public Library, City Hall, the Public Plaza area, that this Eau Claire Street is a more pedestrian-friendly Eau Claire Street. So it feels like more of a place for you to walk as a pedestrian, and it opens up into a plaza area. And I believe that's the inviting thing that brings you to this point of the downtown. From the plaza, the opportunities are continuing on with the bike trail across a pedestrian bridge to Phoenix Park, or the newly opened up opportunity to travel along the Eau Claire River as well, to get to maybe some other access along Barstow Street, other businesses along there.
So your main parking would come into effect if you were the dormitory, or if you're going to the art center or whatever, your parking.
Oh, okay. And parking, we are taking advantage of the downtown, so that 500-foot radius or that 800-foot radius, and maybe I'm parking over here and I'm crossing the pedestrian bridge.
Okay.
Maybe I'm parking in the ramp. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Wallstrand? Ms. Wallstrand, I have two for you. The pedestrian bridge is shown as a concept. Is that the best place for it, or have we determined that that's where the crossings the best and all that?
During the Phoenix Park project, we did take a look design-wise at the early landings on either end for the pedestrian bridge. And if you note, this feature here even kind of lines up with where it would end in Phoenix Park. And so river issues, all those details with design, this is actually consistent with what we think is the best place for where that would fit across the Eau Claire River and to join these two areas.
And it's an important first feature of the project, as far as having raw land, I guess, and which to place the footings for the pedestrian bridge and all. It's like it would be more difficult to add it in 10 years than it would be to include it as a feature.
Yes, I think that the timing is best during the initial infrastructure development for the projects. I also understand it to be pretty important to how the developers would envision the use of both facilities. A pretty critical element would be the connection across the river as well, for parking, but also for taking advantage of all the energy and participation that's already happening on the north side of the river. That would be an important part of the project. But physically, I believe it makes sense to look at that bridge with the rest of the infrastructure of the project before those buildings are all finished.
Okay. My second question, maybe I'm not sure if you can answer it, but I really appreciate your insights. Of late, my attention has been turned to the public portion of. We haven't even started talking as a public about what we can create in that public space. And my eyes were opened by Mr. Ed Manydeeds, who serves on the Board of Regents and who spoke at their meeting in October about the deep cultural history of the confluence of the rivers as far as a place of trade, a place of commerce, a place of culture, thousands of years ago. So do you think that, in your experience, we would be able to incorporate, to add a sort of public historical element that goes deeper in our roots than we have heretofore thought of, and that it would complement, that we could do this all together so one piece doesn't stick out from another piece? That's, I guess, my question.
Yes, no, and I understand. We've heard that not just from Mr. Manydeeds, but it has come up a couple of times in some of the public comment, and I've heard the developers respond pretty receptively to that idea, because it does seem like such an important part of the history of the area and a good opportunity with that point at the confluence and the public space. Where the city has opportunity and where the developer has opportunity, I'm not sure, but the only way that all of this works together successfully is with the two working together. And so I know that that's already been discussed as a serious consideration, as an element to consider in that public area.
Well, that's a good way to put it, that there are several elements to the project, and this is one of them that just can't stick out there.
Right.
That we should be having these conversations in tandem, in concert with the whole thing developing.
Right.
So,
Yep, I agree with that.
thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Wallstrand? None? And you had other speakers?
Yes. If I'd invite Mr. Voigt to come up and just address your questions about parking or traffic next, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Voigt.
Evening. My name's Ken Voigt. I'm a senior traffic engineer with Ayers Associates. Perhaps I can answer or describe some of the parking study, because there's been a fair number of questions at Plan Commission as well as here today. The parking study you have basically addresses the city code. And you heard the reference to 500 feet and 800 feet. There are currently, the code says, the buildings that are there that will be replaced by the Confluence Center requires 520 public parking spaces within 800 feet. The Confluence project, using again the city code, requires 752 spaces. So basically a 230 space increase with the Confluence project. In doing the survey of public surface lot spaces, not including on-street spaces, there are 1,003 spaces within that 800-foot radius that the code requires. In the Plan Commission document, the city engineer basically says the study satisfies the code as a strict interpretation of the code. We also looked at the 2009 parking study that the city had done for downtown. So that's fairly recent data. We identified from that data, and we had to augment a little bit because there were no evening traffic counts. This is when your theater is having its most impact. But based on the data, Friday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon is when the highest parking demand occurs in the downtown area, within that entire downtown area, at about 42% of the spaces. So not quite half of the spaces are occupied. On a Saturday at 3 o'clock, the parking demand is even a little bit greater, reaching 47% of the available spaces in the downtown area. But again, looking at when the theater demand increases, we did take counts to supplement the report for 7 o'clock p.m. on a Friday and a Saturday, which would be prime time, you might say, for performing arts. During both those time periods, on a Friday and a Saturday at 7 o'clock p.m., only 30% of the parking spaces are occupied in downtown. So there's 700 spaces kind of available if you use it just based on use and no other developments going on. We do know that the State Theater will not be conducting fine arts performances if the Confluence project gets built. So that demand is already in part of that equation, but I don't know when those counts reflected if there was a activity at the State Theater and so on. So that's part of that comprehensive study that the city is talking about to look at some of these other time periods and what's going on. We do know, excuse me, from the university that they have about 3,800 students living in their residence halls. On average, over the last several years, 30% of those students get a parking permit. Those remaining students that don't have a parking permit at that location next to their halls use the Bollinger lot, which has a lot of excess capacity. So that may be a model. I can't say that's what's going to be used for the 117 units that are part of the Confluence project, but that gives you a little background on how the university managed its parking demand. And they use a shuttle service, which they would have downtown as well as through the university system to take pressure off the system. We do know from the Plan Commission meeting that RCU went on record they are not planning on building the second office building. They basically said they weren't going to be doing that. So again, that takes some of the pressure off because we do have, within that 800-foot radius, parking areas by the Phoenix Park area that are part of that 1,003 spaces. What else have I got here? With regard to a traffic impact study, we were asked to look at, and I submitted that this afternoon, so you haven't had a chance to read it. I'll call it a draft because Brian hasn't had a chance to review it and so on yet. But basically, we looked at a typical weekday, how many trips, according to the Institute of Transportation Engineers, their manual, where you're able to identify how many trips would be generated on a typical day by these development components. And from that, we would expect about 1,200 trips per day on an average weekday. If you look at the streets that were most directly affected, Graham and Barstow and Farwell, it basically is estimated that it will increase Graham traffic by about 600 vehicles per day, which brings it up to 2,600, which is still a fairly low traffic volume for a typical day. Barstow Street would be expected to go up to 400 vehicles to a total of 5,800, still well under the capacity of Barstow Street as a two-way street. And these are based on our year 2030 projections from our study that we did for the streetscaping and two-way operation of Barstow Street. And then Farwell would increase by 200 vehicles per day to a total of about 14,100. All three of those streets, even with the impact of traffic from the Confluence Center, are well under the capacity and shouldn't present any traffic operational problems for those streets. That's a general summary, if you will. As far as the downtown comprehensive parking study evaluation schedule and so on, I'm not aware of that. I did have a talk with Brian at their Plan Commission meeting on some thoughts on how you would approach that, and the following day sent him some ideas of what a study might look like. Obviously, collecting parking data after deer season and during Christmas holidays or January, February is probably not a real good idea. So I'm not sure there are ways to get around that, but I don't know where the city's going with that. I'd be happy to answer any questions from the data that we've presented.
Mr. Voigt. Indeed, we have not seen your report, but we will be made aware of it as soon as possible, I'm sure. You might have questions nonetheless. Councilmember Clinkhammer.
Mr. Voigt.
Yes.
During the traffic analysis, was there any discussion at all about accessibility to downtown from the west?
The traffic study, as it was kind of defined in my talk with Brian, was pretty limited to north-south directions, basically looking at the street system in the heart of downtown. I didn't look at taking it further out because our original study didn't take it further out. I didn't have a base to build on.
Councilmember Pavelski.
You had mentioned, just a clarification, you had mentioned 520 parking spaces within 800 feet. I thought it was said before 500 feet.
That's a need, the existing development generates a need for 521 spaces within 800 feet. And that's what's being replaced by the Confluence Center, which generates a need for 752 overall spaces within 800 feet.
I guess my question has to do with how the distance, the 800, I was hearing 500 and I read in here.
There's 500 is a criteria for residential. Everything else.
500 feet for residential
yes,
only.
for the
apartments.
apartments.
Other one is 800.
800 for the commercial aspects and the theater aspects.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Member Von Hayden.
I think it's very important that we continue that study because looking at your numbers, it sounds like it's fine, but yet Thursday nights, there's no parking place downtown, period. Especially during the summer. And so we've got to take those into account. The other thing is basically your study does not account for if the Civic Center is going to have any events. And so based on your study, they can't have any events on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And so I think it is very important that we do the comprehensive study to look at the total parking for the needs, not just of the Confluence project and the dorms, but look at the other businesses that currently exist in downtown Eau Claire, because the library already has a parking problem.
I agree with you.
It's a perception. So, and I agree, a lot of that's perception, not fact. But I think it's very important that you sit down with our engineering and traffic analysis people and incorporate all of those things so we've got a really good feeling here as to what's happening, because otherwise we're looking at numbers that really don't mean a lot.
We've done a lot of that detailed downtown parking studies lately for similar developments in other communities, which get much more comprehensive as was indicated a need is for. Looking at those special events and so on, the code right now doesn't specifically call it out, and our report was strictly to address what the code was asking for.
Right. No, I understand what you were saying, the code, but the code is merely the minimums.
Right.
And now we got to get back to the real world and say, what do we need to make it practical so our citizens have the availability to come? Because the success of the Fine Arts Center is only going to work if they can get the people to it. If we can't get the people in the building, eventually our attendance is going to dwindle, and then all we've done is built a mausoleum that won't be utilized. So we got to make sure that we build in the safeguards that the traffic analysis, getting to and from, and the parking is easy. I know that in most cases, people will have, if they want to go, we'll find a place to park, whether they have to walk 10 blocks or 12 blocks. But that doesn't work very well in the middle of the winter here in our climate.
Oh, I agree. I did a parking study for Miller Park, and Bud Selig said, what's the first thing they remember when they come and when they leave? Right. Is there enough parking, and how did I get in and out? Yep.
Councilmember Worth.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Voigt, as well, for all the work that you've done. I just wanted to follow up to Councilmember Von Hayden's comments. I think that one of the things that he's pointing out and has been discussed before is the fact that in the North Barstow region, I think some of the other developments that have occurred have increased the pressure from what was originally intended. And as has been stated before, it wasn't foreseen necessarily what that project, the parking pressures might look like 10 or 15 years down the line, which is where I think the additional study is needed. But I think it is worthwhile pointing out as well, though, that as someone who came to university here in the early 2000s, a lot of students come, they don't necessarily bring a car. And, and part of whether you decide that you're going to bring a car to university or not has to do with how easy it is to bring a car and how easy it is to park and access that vehicle. I went to Iowa State as well for my first year in college, and there was the same thing. It was easier actually to just live in the downtown area there at Iowa State than it was to actually bring a vehicle. So some of that has to go into this, and it has to be thought of obviously in a little bit different way because of that, and because the needs are quote unquote not traditional needs for a downtown. And I think that's something to sort of add into what Councilmember Haynes just said.
Yes.
Any other questions? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Boyd, for enlightening me about what's going on with the traffic impact analysis. And I'm wondering if you can just speak to the different types of traffic that you analyze in this, and maybe it's just for my own curiosity's sake, but is it just automobiles, or is it also taking into consideration the percentage of riders on a bus in our public transportation and also bicycle riders? I know I read somewhere in our report that we take like 5% for bicycle riders and 10% for bus riders, and so I'm just curious if this is going to include a multimodal transportation analysis.
The code basically gives you those credits, if you will, to reduce your overall parking demand for biking and for proximity transit. So the report reflects that, the parking study. The traffic study looked at more of a maximum traffic impact, assumes IT usually is in rural areas, or not rural areas, but suburban areas where you don't have easy transit. So I didn't bring those numbers down to account for number of percent that would be biking or walking or using transit. I figured I'll show the worst case, and if it satisfies the operational characteristics, we're okay if we have people using bus and transit. But that's all part of the design of the Confluence Center. I know they're going to be having bike racks and facilities to accommodate a lot of that. And the streetscape work that we did for Eau Claire Street and Barstow and so on, again, enhances, makes it much more user-friendly for pedestrians and bikes and for transit to operate.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Anyone else? I see none, other than when you join with the city staff to do this comprehensive analysis, will there at least be a narrative as to our expectations for multimodal transportation? Would you be able to offer some sort of narrative about, well, here's the worst case, but given the bicycle pedestrian emphasis in our city, would you be able to render a professional?
I've always asked, somebody says, put a bike lane in, how many people are going to use it? That's the hardest thing in the world to do. But we have a lot of anecdotal information from other cities that have done it and what kind of results they had. And that we can kind of share that as how it might apply to Eau Claire isn't New York, Eau Claire isn't Chicago. You have to find communities that are the same makeup and size.
Right.
But we can do that.
Yeah, I understand, and I appreciate your professionalism and your honesty, actually. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your input tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. And one more. We're getting to the public. Just be patient a little bit more. So.
Good evening. Stuart Schaefer representing Haymarket Concepts this evening. I don't have a whole lot to say because Disa and Ken have pretty much covered most of the questions. I would just reiterate that the conditions placed by the commissions that we've met in front of are acceptable to us. We look forward to working through the plans, the detailed plans with different people in the city, different departments in the city and staff. The important thing to remember tonight, again, it's as Disa had said, it's a small step forward. It is the rezoning and the general development plan on the property. It simply outlines a footprint and a general idea of the design that we hope to carry forward. These are strictly conceptual plans. By no means are they the final plans. We have put them together for the purposes of conveying the general ideas. We need to define the footprint, define the outline of the project. as it's been shown here, to allow the designers to take it to the next step, work with city staff, work with the recommendations of the various commissions, and come up with designs that move toward a final design, all the while working through the process again to come up with a project that we can all be proud of. The various commissions we met in front of, Waterways and Parks, they had three conditions. We are in agreement with all of them. The 30-foot setback, as Dee said, showed you there's many different ways to configure that walkway, but we want to make it a real inviting walkway. We want to make public access a real key to the project. Was one of the things that led us to really come to the decision that including the buildings on Barstow Street made sense. It was we came to that decision relatively reluctantly, but the number one reason that we started to look at that potential was to get that access off of Barstow Street to the plaza, which we think is an essential element to the project, which we think will be a wonderful gathering area and will not only serve both of the buildings well, will attract people from the existing South Barstow area to a public plaza and connect it to Phoenix Park and bring some of the wonderful energy that has been created in Phoenix Park across the bridge into the South Barstow district where we feel it's really lacking at this time. So that condition from the Waterways is totally acceptable. The condition to try to create public access on the first level of the mixed-use project to the river is also acceptable. This is not a real great plan, but it does show that there would be retail here with potentially a restaurant on the corner that would have glass access and possibly some seating here on the river. This also would be some type of a restaurant public use facility with seating and glass to the river. This, you can't see it real good, but it does label it as a residential amenity. That would be something with glass and access to the river. We sincerely look forward to utilizing and maximizing the access to the river that is there in this building, particularly on the Chippewa River side too. The river is of great value to the project and the community, and we look forward to utilizing that. The one recommendation from the Waterways Commission, which we do take a little bit of an issue with, is they cited a lack of public input regarding the Confluence project, and we believe that we've done everything we possibly could to garner public input. 25 opportunities for the public to comment up until the November 5th meeting with Landmark and the November 5th Plan Commission meeting. So that makes 27 meetings, and then tonight would be the 28th. Basically outreach to the public hearing type of a thing. The other thing that I've mentioned before and is important to keep in mind that the whole concept of the art center and a mixed-use facility and a living learning community wasn't our initial concept for this site, but it was born out of a lot of public comment. It basically came from things like the Clearwater Vision and the other studies that have been done over the years, and virtually every urban plan that's been done, Claire cited the importance of the Confluence area as a way to generate additional activity in the South Barstow Street. So, other than that recommendation by or a condition by one of the commissions, we are fully prepared to comply with all of the recommendations and look forward to working through the process.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I'll see if there are questions. Councilmember Worthman has a question.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I just wanted to follow up on your presentation. The second condition that you mentioned in terms of public accessibility on the waterways was something that came up at the Waterways meeting a couple weeks ago. And I think the sentiment there was essentially, and this is how I at least recalled it, but there was a mention of potentially having a workout facility or something like that along the riverway, which I think the Waterways Commission felt wasn't in keeping with what they thought of as public accessibility for the spaces that would be adjacent to a river walk. And I think if you look at a number of other cities that have done river walks, it's that the real intent goes to how do we allow for the spaces that are along the Riverwalk to actually be accessible, whether it is a cafe or a restaurant, or whether it's a shop or something that people can actually walk in and out of. And I think that was sort of why that concern came up, was that there was a mention of a workout facility or something. And I had the picture of people riding stationary bikes next to people actually biking. And I don't know if that's necessarily what the feeling should have been for that area.
Yeah. You know, it is very conceptual at this stage. I don't know how well you can see it. I guess you can see the parking. This is a depiction of the first level of the, again, concept plan for this area. Fully 2/3 of this area would be, in fact, restaurants. There's kind of a point at which how many restaurants can you put all right next to each other? It ends up being quite a bit of space, so it's far too big for one restaurant. So the question is, how do you break that up? Can you put a shop, some type of a shop, in the middle of the block without access to either street or the plaza? We're not sure. You know, that's something that we'll explore further. But we're certainly not going to leave this stretch of building. We want to take first off, we want to take full advantage of the two corners of the property. We think those are actually facilities that aren't even available in Eau Claire right now. I don't know how many times I've had somebody say to me, there should be a restaurant on the water somewhere. Why don't we have some outdoor dining somewhere on the water? And it's just, and what we're trying to facilitate here are two such facilities, probably different types of facilities. One may be more of a coffee lunch place. One may be more of a dinner, nightclub type of a place that would have access again to the plaza and to the river. Can we, if we'll look at it again. We certainly went to steps in the design not to run the parking all the way to the back of the building, but we also want to maximize the availability of the parking footprint. So it's kind of a balance there, but it's not the final design. This is valuable frontage, and we intend to take advantage of that on the first level, and of course every level above there will also utilize views of the river.
Councilmember Pavelski. Yes, I want to thank you, actually, because I think you've been very responsive to the comments and suggestions and recommendations that have been advanced. Now, I have a sense that certainly that because this is an ongoing conversation, there will probably be many more recommendations and et cetera, and especially because the specifics have not been totally defined for any of us or all of us. And so I would hope that you'll be responsive, just as you have been, to public comment along the way. I sense that we are only in the beginning, and like was defined as an ongoing conversation. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of good recommendations coming down the tubes as well, and I just want your sense of that.
Okay. Yep. Well, thank you for that. The Haymarket Concepts is a group that's formed with the intention of improving the community. We are private developers. Our partners come from different backgrounds, but the intent is to do something that has a real positive impact on the community, and getting community input through the design process is important. It's something we're open to. We'll bring our expertise forward when we feel the time is appropriate and say, yeah, that's a great idea, but we don't know that will work financially for the project. We don't know structurally if that makes sense. Those costs might be prohibitive. So those kinds of things will be brought up, but we're not closed-minded, and that kind of comes to the process of what we're talking about tonight. Everybody wants a final plan, and some of this stuff we've taken awfully far the way it is, and constantly cautioning that it's just conceptual, and it's important to keep that in mind. That we interviewed some wonderful architects. We have not awarded any kind of an architectural design contract yet, but we interviewed some real strong architectural firms that it's exciting what they could bring to the community. And they too, one of the things during the interview process was, how sensitive are you to a public input? How open are you to public input? And right down the line, and especially the top candidates were very open to public input, and I think that they'll hold some additional listening sessions. They'll do a lot of programming that will that will take into account surveys and other interaction with the end users in the community. So we're looking forward to that.
Thank you. Other questions? Oh, Councilmember Von Hayden.
Thank you again for your input. It's been very enlightening. One of the things, and this goes back to the public comment, it wasn't that you haven't gone out and talked to a lot of people. It just seems like there's a lot of people out in the community that aren't aware of the project. And we're getting some feedback as council members on different things. Should there be a dorm downtown? And I don't want to get into that discussion right now, but it's those types of comments. And just what we want to make sure of, and that was one of the things that came out from the Waterways and Parks, was that we do get the appropriate input from all of the citizens, so that when we make our final decisions, we're making our decisions based on what the community wants to go forward with, so it'll be successful for the community. And I think that's what they were talking about.
Okay, and we'll continue to do everything we can. And the list that we provided, we've been out there, and Lord knows we've gotten a lot of publicity in the paper and the television. So anyone who hasn't heard of the project, I'm not sure where they've been for the last 6 months.
Thank you, Mr. Oh, I see two more questions. Councilmember Duex.
I appreciate your comments regarding public input, because I think we're just starting at a point where people are going to drill down and want to see certain features or not some other features, and so that has to be sifted. Lest we forget about the Performing Arts Center or Community Arts Center, whatever it's going to be named, there's still a lot of questions about how that space is to be utilized by performance and also by various groups. And so I wouldn't want to forget that in this discussion, that I hope you will be equally open to suggestions from many of the independent art groups in the community and persons that might have ideas. So I'll just throw that up and you can respond.
It is a process. Yeah, absolutely. It's a process in and of itself that is being conducted right now. The study from a third-party consultant is in progress. It should be done soon, and that again it will require additional public input, comment from the user groups. We're doing our best to study that in a manner that brings in both local concerns, but also experience from people who have run facilities like this successfully. So we look forward to working through that process as well, and that's in the near future.
Anyone else? I see no further questions.
I might ask for just one more indulgence, just for one more person from our group to, Mike Rindo was going to speak to the student housing just quickly, and then we'll be done.
It's given us a chance to understand more deeply and ask questions that we absolutely need to ask. So.
I'm Mike Rindo. I'm the Assistant Chancellor for Facilities and University Relations at UW Eau Claire. And as part of our public discourse, we've heard questions about locating a student residence hall in downtown Eau Claire. And for some background for you, UW Eau Claire recently conducted a master plan exercise to determine what our facilities needs are for the next 20 years. And it was a very public process that occurred over the course of 2 years. A great deal of public input, meetings with city staff, meetings with the Plan Commission, meetings with our campus, meeting with our neighbors. And we identified 3 potential facilities that could be constructed in partnership with the university and the community, not necessarily on our campus. One is a shared community university arts center. The second is a shared university community major events center that would in essence take the place of Zorn Arena, and the arts center takes the place of Care Theater. And the third is an off-campus residence hall that would be for upper division students, sophomores, juniors, seniors. Part of the master plan looked comprehensively at a housing demand study. What do we currently have available? What is our demand going to the future? What aging housing stock do we need to replace on campus? As you know, we are landlocked on campus. We recently, through our foundation, were able to acquire the St. Bede's Monastery, and the 80,000 square feet of buildings out there and the 112 acres. And we relocated our children's center out there as one of the first steps to utilizing that fully. So that came off the campus and went out to what we now call the Priory. We're constructing a new education building on campus at the site of the old campus school, which is where the children's center was, hence it needed to move. We identify the current site of Catherine Thomas Hall and Putnam Hall on lower campus as a new science building location. And so that's part of the residence hall stock that we would replace. We also have overcapacity right now. Our current housing stock is overutilized. It's at 108% capacity. And you say, well, how can you be at 108%? And the answer is that we not only have students in every available room, but we have students living in study lounges, typically 6 to a study lounge, and in any kind of converted housing space that we're able to make available within our residence halls. Plus, this fall, we have 146 students living in a hotel. So we have current capacity for about 4,000, and we have 11,000 students. That means 7,000 students are living elsewhere in the community, and a lot of them are already living downtown. Hundreds are living downtown. So what we've said is, all right, we need to replace some housing stock. We need to add to our housing stock, and one way to do that is by constructing some new housing on campus, but also constructing that off-campus apartment-style residence hall for upper division students. And this residence hall would be a living, learning community for the Arts Center. Students who live there would typically be art majors or have an affinity for the arts, and there would be a lot of interaction between their use of that residence hall and their use of the Arts Center. And we also envision the possibility of having some artists in residence or faculty in residence that would also live there and really enhance the students' educational experience there. So that's our concept for it. That's the rationale for why we're looking to construct a new residence hall, not on campus, but in close proximity to campus. And it just makes so much sense to do it in concert with the Community Arts Center that we would also be a partner in.
That's it?
Yes.
Oh. A couple questions for you. Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. Mr. Rindo, when you say that the students would typically be art majors, you mean that in a broad sense? That would be music as well, theater, not just narrowly art?
That's correct. So UW-Madison recently opened its residence hall for the creative arts. And their concept is not only is it students who may be art majors or music majors or theater majors, but also students who may be physics majors but really have an idea that they want to be engaged in a more creative enterprise living with other students. In addition to that, it could be students who are accounting majors or are in the marching band and love being in the marching band and would live with students who are their partners in the marching band. So it really would be a very broad look at that, not just in terms of fine arts students, but what we would call the creative students.
Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Rindo, I've received a number of emails and phone calls in the last few weeks specifically about this issue of residence halls and how they fit in what is, I would say downtown proper, essentially. And I think the concern is essentially, what the interaction is with students in residence halls and then what people normally think of as a downtown. And one thing that I've mentioned, and I think this is maybe something that would help going forward, but is to actually look at other cities where, in fact, they've had universities, and I think of Appleton as one, just an example in Wisconsin, but where residence halls and most students actually already live downtown, and to try and paint that picture of what student life and how student life can actually enhance a downtown area, because I think that's a lot of what the concern is that I'm hearing from sort of a growing number of citizens actually over the last couple of weeks. So I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Well, and I think that's an excellent point. And one of the things that our consultants that did the housing demand study were a little amazed by was that a city the size of Eau Claire with a university the size of UW-Eau Claire does not have more of a, what we would call high-density student housing development that is not owned and operated by the university, because so many other communities have that on a private level. And again, to talk about the downtown, if you want to see an example of how many more students are populating downtown just come out on a 90-degree summer day and watch the parade as they go to the confluence and float off on their various flotation devices. And so you bring high density, that brings an energy down there. It brings a need for goods and services. And these would be students who are living in a typical residence hall, similar to Chancellor's, which is apartment style on our campus. They have hall director, they have resident assistants, and so they are supervised in many ways that the students who currently are living off campus are not. And I think that there's some real merit to that, especially when you're engaged in the arts and the activities that occur in the Arts Center.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Rindo, just for sharing about this. My understanding of living learning communities are that these are a select group of students, that not just any student can become a living learning student. So I'm wondering if maybe you can talk about what that process is like to become a living learning student. I know we currently have a Hmong culture, living learning community, social justice community, honor students. I think we have about 7 right now at the university. So I'm wondering if you can just talk about maybe the exemplary nature of these students, and then also what types of benefits would a community receive to have additional living learning students?
Well, first understand I'm not an expert in residence life, but let me give you what I do understand about them. We have a growing number of living learning communities within our current housing stock. And these students typically self-identify. That is, they say, I have a real interest in this particular area, whether it's leadership or there's an international living learning community. We're looking, as you say, social responsibility. And so because these students self-identify, they really have a great interest in that community, and it leads to more of a sense of cohesiveness, togetherness, almost a code of conduct, if you will, that no one really wants to embarrass or do something untoward that could cast a bad light on that living learning community. So they typically are students who are more engaged in campus life, whether it be specifically in the area that they have that great interest in or overall in general. And they go to their retention rate is much higher in terms of going from freshman to sophomore to junior, then to senior, and finally graduation. So I think that there are many benefits that we realize, and that's why there's a real growing trend toward more living learning communities in higher education across the country. It's a relatively new concept to Eau Claire, but it's something that's tried and true at many other universities around the country that we're really trying to emulate.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilmember Pavelski.
I realize the public wants to have their turn here, so my question will be a quick one. But it has to do with the parking requirements, Mr. Endo. Wondering, I understand there would be 204 that would be needed for the dorm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, we just heard from Ken, excuse me, Boyd, and we're talking about that the students typically would be at a 30% rate as far as not having a car on campus.
Right.
Now, I realize we have zoning laws here that require the dorm rooms probably equivalent to that parking, but I'm wondering if there would be consideration if in fact we knew what actual, if the ownership of the cars were to the students in 204. If it was 30% less, it might be a factor. I'm curious.
So what he was referring to is a number of students who currently live in university housing that have permits, what we call R permits, residential permits, so they can have a car that they bring to campus. So there's about 1,100 parking spaces available for the population. Typically, non-freshmen, so the sophomores, juniors, and seniors, have a higher percentage of those permits.
Sure.
So there's both a lottery and then there's what we call a hardship exemption, where if you have to have a job, you have to work, you have to go back home maybe to help with the chores on the farm on the weekend or the small business, then those students are also able to get a permit. So you've got a lottery and then a permit. And the number that's been cited according to code is about in keeping with what we have seen in our experience with our upper class students who live in residence halls, our upper division students who live in residence halls on campus.
I appreciate that. You can see I have parking on the mind.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Rindo.
Thank you.
The chair now opens up the comments to the public, and thanks you for your patience. We have a lot of learning to do, all of us, so hopefully you learn too. We welcome our first public speaker.
Well, Mike Pickett, 646 Putnam Drive. I'm a neighbor of the university. I've lived there 46 years, and I have a lot of questions and a lot of issues about this project. 20 some odd years ago, we attempted to do a project at we call the old porno house, which is probably right about there, I guess. And so I have some deep passion for this particular site as well. We have some brilliant local developers that are trying to keep things historic. And, you know, at this rate, at the rate we're tearing down our older buildings, there won't be much history to tell and share with their students anymore. I will try to be brief. I didn't expect that we'd have three parties with three different things speak beforehand. I'll try to keep it to the 5 minutes. I am retired. I have a degree in hospitality management. I've also a business person in this community. I was past president of the first Third Ward Neighborhood Association in the 90s. So I'm going to try to go through my notes the best I can. Unfortunately, it's difficult now for me to do some of these issues, so I'm a little bit in tangent, so I will do my best as I rewrote my note. I have some concerns. I'm going to not speak about the property, other people will, but I have some concerns raised about the university systems and where they're going, and it'd be nice if I could ask a couple questions to get clarified. But we're going to enter into a partnership with the city. It's going to enter into a partnership, and as a taxpayer, I want to know exactly what that partner is and has done. University is taking some pretty liberal steps at times. Strike first, ask later. In the neighborhood association, we had to deal with that quite a bit. I'm going to dispute some of the information that they've talked about here. So first thing that I think is of note, I have nothing I can claim or verify on this. I'm going to ruin my time already, so I'm going to be quick. One question is the discussion of the UW system dissolving. I think that's something that needs to take note. Madison wants to go off on their own. Government seems to be supportive of it. So I think that is something of note that we need to be clarified on. Back in 1968, both my parents were professors at the university by chance. My father was in business. My mother was a professor of geology, geography, oceanography, etc. 1968, there was no cars allowed for freshmen on camp students. We didn't have a lot of parking problems down in the Third Ward at that particular time. In 1990, there were studies done in the Third Ward that showed the average student had 1.6 cars when you count it, the bedrooms and the occupancy of the housing in the Third Ward, and that was the particular number. They agreed in the 90s, late 80s, to put up a parking field in Boldinger Field of 1,000 parking stalls and run a shuttle regularly. Neither failed to come to terms. They put a small one up there with very irregular shuttle service. There's a question, big question I have is that, are we paying for the city, our university's parking issue? Board of Regents mandates that any parking structure must be self-sufficient financially, which means it gets into the question of at what point do we get revenue, and how do we split the revenue for those parking stalls? Do we have enough money? If the university can't build one, which is what they've told us for 15 years, or 25 years, they can't do one financially. I'm really concerned how we're going to do one financially. I might have to get going here quick. I'll stay with university stuff. On-site parking by chance is exempt from any state and city ordinances. Why I wrote that down, I'm not quite sure here. I'm sorry. I've got dry mouth and sticky, dry fingers here. My time is going to run up here, so I'm going to do my best. If you would allow me, I really can't stay much longer. There's not a vindictive issue here with the university, but past behavior is generally indicative of future performance. And that's the premise that I'm going to be really discussing here. They talked about a lot of things. They talked about the seating of the largest hall at being like 1,000 and how many seats was that? I didn't hear it all. 1,200 seats. And I was able to bring 2 conventions to the city of Eau Claire for the Disabled American Veterans, which I'm a member of. We did the 2. We can't get any more because we do not have enough. 1,200 is not enough. If we're going to spend our money, we can't get any large act in with that many seats. We need to have almost twice that capacity. They talked a little bit about, they talked about, we don't have their plans for the future, and I think it's really great. If you we don't have to go too far to see what kind of buildings they're proposing, but the shared halls and rooms, they have it at Stout. And they were able to convert that very nice, very clean, and make that particular issue work. If we're going to look at someplace, we don't have to go too far. Sorry, I'm missing a whole page here. I was in the back flipping around real quickly here.
Do you have your last comment?
I will try to get my last comment here.
Okay.
This is going to go once again towards parking. Okay. And I got 2 points, then I'll be done. About parking stalls. They just tore down and removed how many stalls for these new buildings. They raked across essentially the back of Putnam Park, and they dismantled and took out 170 parking stalls, stating that that would have no influence on off-street parking. I live on Putnam Drive. It doesn't, you get up to 2 or 3 blocks away from me. These kids are parking 8, 9, 10 blocks away from campus as it is right now. So I would question some of their counts of when they're going to work, et cetera. I'm sure they do their work, do it very well, but I think the university is missing it. The other question has to go with the last, the Davies project. And it's going a little bit backwards, but Mike, you can help me. What was the reason for replacing the Davies Center? You don't know?
I'm not sure it's appropriate for me to.
All right. The question is, they told the students in the referendum the Davies Center was outdated. In actuality, errors. Why were they replacing the Davies Center?
You can.
Yeah, I'll stop there. The questions I have is that I don't have I just think we're walking very carefully into a contract or an agreement with a partner that gets to play by different rules because of state law and eminent domain, and we really need to be cautious of that. And I'm sorry. Thank you for the time, and I apologize for...
You have made your points well and detailed. We appreciate the detail of your concerns tonight. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Crispin Pierce. I live at 1314 South Farwell. I'm here to express my strong support for this Confluence project. I think it's a real win, a wonderful, unique opportunity to work with the university, which I'm a member, the community I'm a member, as well as developers in the city. I think it would be a wonderful investment of our tax dollars to do this. I strongly encourage you to look at the rezoning and move forward with this. I also care. I'm downtown a lot. I care about the older buildings, on the historic buildings, but I don't want to see them continue to decay. Some of my favorite buildings are starting to look a little bit shabby, and I think we can remember both in the way the new facility is constructed and maybe in some special ways of looking at this plaza, that we can remember the history of this downtown. I think we can remember that and appreciate it in a way that really respects our past. We have excellent model from North Barstow, and I think the thing that makes North Barstow so good and so strong is that we're bringing young people who have money, who have these beautiful condominiums and want to be part of Phoenix Park. And I think that bringing the youthful energy of students downtown, I think would also bring that same kind of energy. I grew up in Berkeley, California, with one of the best institutions in the world at UC Berkeley, and students are an integral part of the community there, with condominiums, facilities for students to live all throughout Berkeley. I think it's a very, very well-functioning place. My concerns that I would keep in mind on, I think we've heard some of this already, as we look at the numbers very, very carefully. We would be spending taxpayer dollars and student dollars as well. As we really need to look very closely at the budget, make sure it's under control, that people understand the kinds of risks, the kinds of investments we're making. But this is the public's money and students' money, and needs to be, I think, very carefully spent. And finally, we don't have a heart to Eau Claire. We've lived here 10 years, and we really look for a place where we can think of as a central part of Eau Claire. Where do we go to bring friends, to spend our time, to spend time with our kids? Certainly, Phoenix Park has been a wonderful addition to our community. I think this would really be the heart of Eau Claire. This would be the place where we look at the clear water. So with that, I strongly encourage you to go forward with this rezoning.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. I see no questions. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Next. Anyone else?
Evening. I'm Sean Hartnett. I live at 330 Gilbert Avenue. I've been involved with all sorts of activities around Eau Claire. On campus, I direct what is the Confluence Center for Chippewa River Studies. Have done so for 10 years and put forward the kind of operational plan for Phoenix Park. I've had a long interest naturally in this area because, as is well noted, it's probably one of our most significant pieces of land property in the city. And what I wish to address tonight is how we address this as public space, this issue, looking at it from the public space component. Also realizing that it's not only public space, it's university space and shall we say, commercial public space also. The primary concern for the public space, the first concern is the 30-foot corridor. It's a very important aspect to the lower part of Eau Claire, in that with the completion of this 30-foot corridor from the Grand Avenue pedestrian bridge to the Barstow Bridge, we'll be completing a mile loop of public space. Basically, all of the land abutting the river will be completed as public space. It's almost dead-on mile loop. It'll become Eau Claire's Miracle Mile. So I encourage us to go forward with this 30-foot. In fact, I would encourage early in this stage, when it's still a land deal, that Attorney Nick work out, like he did with Phoenix Park, an agreement that is actually a land transfer rather than easements of this, to make sure that that for the cities, the citizens' investment here, that they own that river corridor and will have public space. I always also encourage them to work on this connecting loop. It's not a simple loop, because basically you have a raised elevation here at Grand Avenue, and so that to extend it, you're going to have to come from that bridge level And it's actually, working this way, and also Barstow is above the water level there. So this connecting route is going to have to be, raised up at both those ends to make a very convenient loop in that area there. So I would suggest that this is one of the first things we go forward on. I also suggest that's a higher priority of the bridge. I've been on 3 different committees that looked at this bridge, and not a lot of people liked it. It's kind of a bridge to nowhere. It also is going to be kind of an eyesore because it's going to be in the way of all the other vistas that we have on there. I would go very trepidly and get a lot of input before we proceed on this bridge. Secondly, in terms of the other major public space component to it, you really have 3 properties involved here. You've got the city space and the 2 rectangular spaces there. As we're going forward, and if this is indeed a good public-private type of cooperation, we need to open up this a little bit. Basically we need to play a little musical chairs here. In the conceptual diagram, we have the public space is basically an outdoor mall with a little amphitheater. Okay, we've got the university space, and then we've got the fine arts space over here. What I suggest is we do a little musical chairs. We use the public space, and that perfectly fan-spaced place right on the river is perfect for a fan-shaped, theater. You go to Carnegie Hall, when you look at the seating chart in Carnegie Hall, you can see they're trying to make a fan-shaped theater out of a rectangle building. Here, we've got a fine fan-shaped piece of property. This could be our architectural centerpiece because we could design a building that is perfectly attuned to the land. And when we have places that have environmental settings where they're perfectly matched with the architecture, there you have a signature building. And that's what we would have in Eau Claire. By playing musical chairs, we would move the university's building to the south side down here. We could make it adjacent to the theater there. So then when we have a living, learning community, they're in the same building. The current setup has living here and learning over here. Well, on campus, why not just build a dorm across the street from the Fine Arts Center if we're going to have that? But with this setup, we could have the living area directly adjacent to the theater. We would also then move all of the commercial space over here, where this is the commercial area. If you notice, we talked about restaurants. That's where commercial space is now. We could take this whole block and dedicate that to commercial activities. All 3 of the properties are better served. The city gets an architectural centerpiece. The campus gets a living, learning center adjacent to the building and a little bit closer to campus, away from more of the downtown concerns we have. And the commercial developments can be done in that whole block that is commercial now. They might be able to incorporate some of the architecture that is in that area there. But all 3 places are better served by a little bit of musical chairs around here. The other thing that is better served is we've already got a lot of park space and amphitheater space across the river. We've got Owen Park, another outdoor theater. When I talked to the Park Commission, I said, well, this addresses the month of, December, January, February, and March. Well, coming here tonight in November, you can see we don't have great utility. So here we're taking our public space, our most valuable public space, and giving it year-round utility where we could have a civic center. Here, one last diagram I can show.
I see, Dr. Hartnett, that your time has expired. If you could draw your thoughts to a conclusion.
Well, here's my perception.
Yep.
If you imagine Eau Claire's version of the Monona Civic Terrace Center in Madison, the signature center right here in the river, glass buildings. Imagine if you're standing over here in Phoenix Park and you see the reflection of Phoenix Park in this glass building from across from that site. It'll be not only a reflection of the park, but a reflection of our city in the signature site. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Hartnett. Might be a question or two. Councilmember Von Hayden has a question right here.
As a follow-up on that, the way you designed that building, how would that plan make better use of the site, and so it would make it as a better theater? When you talk about the fan style or this, what's the advantage of that?
Well, if you look at any theater, or go Google kind of like something like seating chart for theaters, and you'll see how many of them are inherently fan-shaped but into a rectangle building. There's a French company, Elan, that designs a lot of designer types of buildings, and they start from scratch. So they start with a fan-shaped amphitheater and then build another building after that. So inherently, you can see the shape of this. The size of that lot there, I figure is we could seat about 800 people with a one terrace thing. 20 rows would fit fine in there, and leaving ample room for the stage here. The stage would be in back. The loading docks would be all in back, so they'd be a designer service, built around, being touring musical groups or touring theater groups. You can see the shape, the fan shape of a theater here is directly shaping the land here. And on the outside of the theater, you'd have, like at the Monona Terrace, you'd have extra wide corridors, maybe 30 feet wide, facing right on the river, nice glass overviews, long enough, this is about the length of a softball field, that you could host conventions there. Because it'd be 30 feet long, 30 feet wide, 300 feet long, and then 2 stories of it, an upper and a lower terrace. And if you notice, one of the components of the Confluence Center is to have public access on the lower floor. Well, see, this whole lower floor could be public access, could be, a public building right there on the river. So even a cold day like today, you could go into that type of building, enjoy the view. We could host wedding receptions, all sorts of things in this one-of-a-kind building. You could see if you had a building here with this kind of glass, facing here in the river on the outside the theater, it would be a public space by itself, irregardless of the theater, even when the theater isn't being used. Within the theater, you've got the perfect design space of the theater. The theater design I like, particularly one was that would have terrace seats, a lower level that would be a flat floor, so even for like a smaller show you could have down there, and then a protruding stage from the center that would give it a surround view. One of the things, I went to a lot of the public hearings, the 28 that were mentioned, never, ever once, unless I would missed one of the meetings, did anybody say we had a shortage of outdoor festival, seatings, an outdoor theater space. It was all about indoor theaters and arenas. Nobody said we need to redo the 2 theaters we have over at Phoenix Park, our own park. The other thing is what I saw was, this local musician was talking about, we need to do something that makes it special, that makes it a destination. And I think we can use the local knowledge of our music community to design a really special, a world-class theater. And see, this is why I think we need to go forward, but we needed to go forward with the flexibility to overachieve here. Because we have a very unique situation. If we were talking about a building up on Claremont Avenue or something like that.
Councilmember Von Hayden has maybe another question for you?
Just you mentioned like the size of the theater of 800 seating. If we're talking of 3 theaters, 1,200, 450, 250, how would that work in that confines of that type of building?
The theater would seat in that basic area 800 with the lower deck, 1,200 with a balcony. Oh. Okay, so it could seat with that. We could almost use that as a way to bind to support. We have the potential here in the site to making a very unique theater. You could imagine even during the daylight, you could have, curtains in the background, so we'll let the river light in, so when it's used during the daylight. So the site here, and particularly this site, using this fan shape, has this potential to make a building that when a performer's in it, realizes it's one of a kind. That's what we have potential. Now, I'm not saying this other one's a bad plan, but I think as we move forward, we should leave the potential to overachieve, because this site has unlimited potential.
And I see another short question.
Very short, very short.
And
in light of the fact that you mentioned the amphitheater across at the Phoenix Park, and But what's conflicting for me with your presentation, it just seems to me that the need for the pedestrian bridge comes to play even more if in fact you've eliminated from this plan. I'm just curious what your thoughts are, or if you find that conflicting as you discuss that.
You know, I'm just not a big a fan for building a bridge just because we can. There's a certain amount of aesthetics, you know, that the river, the confluence there, it's a natural type of thing. And here we've got 3 bridges kind of surrounding it, and we're building another one just because we can.
In my mind, it's not just because we can. I think it serves a purpose in terms of parking, access to the arts, to this whole thing. That's where I'm
Yeah,
so thank you.
It might, yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Hartnett. I see no further questions. Thank you for your ideas. Next. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Dwayne Severson. I live at 550 Graham Avenue, River Plaza Apartments. I used to live on State Street. I owned a historical home for 30 years and worked with the university. I was in the historical landmarks when it started, and with Queen and Freddie and Iki back in the 70s, and also on the state, and also on the National Register, and a voting member of the National Register in Washington, D.C. And I was here mainly to speak as I think Commonwealth has done an exceptional job of coming in and doing this. Raising the money and having somebody coming in to do it is half the battle, you know. And let me tell you, downtown is, you know, if you want tattoo parlors and stuff like this, that's fine, but this is what's going to bring people to downtown Eau Claire. And as far as the old buildings that you have there, and then people are upset because they're going to get torn down, I have maintained 2 historical. I also used to have the Galloway home on next to Banbury, and I have maintained for 36 years historical, and I'm going to tell you, it costs a fortune to keep them up. If you don't believe it, just check the wiring and everything. So you look at these buildings and say, oh, we can fix this, we can fix this. Oh, you want to make a bet? Sure you can, but it's going to cost you millions because what I paid over the years, in 30 years, I could have bought the thing 3 or 4 times. So I'm going to tell you, tear the things down. Go with the landmarks. They're doing a tremendous job for the city. It's going to make this city something to be really proud of. I'm very proud, and my family was here in 1846. That was long before Eau Claire. It was called Centerville. So I think my family would be really proud today that the Eau Claire is doing something like this and doing something for the future, not looking at saving some old building. We do have the livery, we do have a couple, yes, and we have beautiful down on the 3rd Ward. But these, no, you know, it's time to go. A dead horse is a dead horse, so take it down and go with the plan, and that's the way to go.
Thank you, Mr. Severson.
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming down and for your
I can tell you that I have worked for Sears Roebuck as a designer. I have worked for J.C. Penney's and the Ashley Corporation, and so in 40 years of designing buildings, I do know a little bit about the inside and the outside and the expense. And you can do all kinds of fancy things, but the bottom line is the dollar. And but the university is concerned, and I'm sure with you guys, it's going to get done.
Thank you, Mr. Severson.
Thank you. Any questions?
I see no questions.
Okay.
Thank you again. Anyone else?
Hello. My name is Andrew Martin. My address is 668 Wisconsin Street, just a little bit away. Nothing direct, nothing specific for you guys. I think this project is exciting. I think it could lead to a lot of great things for downtown, for tax dollars to the city, for, I guess, improvement of the interaction amongst the university and the downtown life. So that could give more credence and strength to the downtown business community. As I know that DECI and that Aaron from Tangled Up in Hue and my past business partners from the Firehouse have worked diligently and hard at driving people to their business and making the downtown vibrant and exciting. But that energy wanes when they don't see other investment or other contributions in their area, and this is definitely something that's more than I think they ever dreamed of for a potential of downtown. A couple of concerns would be that with our focus so much on the confluence and the beauty of the green space, I don't want the area to be turning their backs on the downtown behind it. So that gentleman just proposed a theater that would make the site of it beautiful, but yet it could also close. It almost would be a big shade tree over the downtown, not allowing it to grow with it. So don't turn the back on the rest of the downtown with its development. Try to use it to grow together would be another thought or concern of mine. For parking, it was always a perception, always a challenge for downtown to think that they have enough parking space. When I acquired the building at 202 Gibson Street and did the resident renovation on that, I turned what was a business that probably brought 10 people a night downtown to where we had capacity crowds of 130 or more. Possibly, we might have counted wrong. And so at that, they got there. They arrived. They partook as a patron of my business. They patronized businesses around me, and they were able to get home, and somehow their cars found the place that they needed to find. So there's always parking concerns, and I think there is a limited amount of parking if you are going to be putting this up, and if that drives further development, and that further development leads to even more interest downtown. So it's always a concern. It's a continuing need. We do have this ugly excuse for a parking lot here that is probably privately owned and is going to be a trick to get, but that could obviously be better purposed as well. So if that would be possibly part of the conversation, I think that could lend maybe some solutions as well. But besides that, just really excited about the project, supporter of downtown, supporter of the entire Eau Claire. So when we get done making Eau Claire and downtown beautiful, let's continue to make the rest of it as well. So don't forget about the rest of the city either. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Anyone else?
Penny France, 922 3rd Avenue, Eau Claire. I haven't heard anybody say they didn't want the dormitory downtown, so I'm going to be the first one. It doesn't seem to make much sense to me to put that dormitory down there. It's a lovely pink block on this one map that we've been looking at. And, oh, how many tax dollars could we glean from putting some, having private development in that block? I tend to be a bottom line kind of person, and I love it. Putting the theater down there is a lovely romantic notion, and I think it's a great location for that kind of thing. But the dormitory in downtown Eau Claire just doesn't seem to make much sense to me. It's a long way for students to go to class. They'll be driving, maybe taking public transportation. They can ride a bus free. Coming back and forth if they drive, coming home, changing clothes, going to work, coming home, traffic back and forth. There's going to be a lot of cars going back and forth down there. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, one citizen, to have the dormitory down there. I'm also wondering, with bus traffic, will we have to add buses, change scheduling? Will they be studying in the library at night because it's nice and close? Will the library then have a need to expand or have overcrowding? Will there be some peripheral effects with having a whole bunch of students right there in downtown Eau Claire? Things we hadn't anticipated. Maybe not, maybe so. I guess that's about it.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. France. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience, too.
I'm John Case, 2113 West Mead. I am against the Confluence project because it doesn't, in my opinion, make any good old-fashioned common sense to build a dormitory in downtown Eau Claire. It should be built close to the university itself. Also, I feel some of the council members are in favor of this project. Why would you want to destroy some of Eau Claire's heritage? As I see it, it doesn't make any sense. I have said it before and I'll say it again. The buildings in Eau Claire need to be preserved, and also they need to be inspected by a person that looks at this project objectively and has knowledge of historical building restoration, so these buildings can be preserved. I have found there are a lot of citizens in Eau Claire that are against this project but have not spoken out their feelings. I refer to them as the silent majority. And what you are hearing from is the vocal minority of Eau Claire citizens. If this project is forced on the citizens of Eau Claire, absolutely no public money should be spent on it. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people in Eau Claire that don't know or care about Eau Claire history, and I feel this is very sad. I'm a native of this town, and I've grown up to love it, and I know a lot of history, and I feel other people should know history, and then we probably wouldn't be in this predicament that we are right now. Do the right thing for the citizens of Eau Claire and vote down this project and vote no on the rezoning. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Case. I see no questions. Thank you. Anyone else? Just 1 second. Anyone else with a initial comment? One gentleman's ahead of you, Mr. Martin.
My name's Leon Solander. I live on 851 East Prairie Lane. I was sitting home and watching this on the TV, and I had to come down and say what I observed today. I was down and drove down into the Haymarket today and got out of my vehicle and looked over things. This one. How do I do? Here we are. Much has been said about this area right in here, about all kinds of, not all kinds, 2 or 3 restaurants and so on, patios, and with the idea of sitting there and looking at the beautiful view. There isn't a view there. There isn't a view there. This drawing, this is a drawing that is just, it's not very meaningful as far as dimensions and so on. The Eau Claire River is not that big. And the Eau Claire River is sitting down there. And I was standing right about here, well, down wherever the fence is down there. Any vista you have is the RCU building. That's the vista. If you want to see the river, you got to look down, and if you look down to see the river, there's no vista. The Eau Claire River right there is not very pretty at all. The Eau Claire River is a pretty little river. We don't have any place to look at it except from the bridges. If you look at the Eau Claire River from the bridges, from the Dewey Street Bridge, from the S Bridge, from the the bridge across the walkway bridge over at U.S. Rubber. Even the bridge, the beautiful bridge that they just built on New Highway 53, you look down there and there are cliffs and so on. Beautiful scene. But as far as going up Galloway Street and looking at the Eau Claire River, who cares? You don't see the Eau Claire River when you go out on Main Street or Grand Avenue or anything like that. You don't see it at all. Well, you can see it a little bit by Boyd Park. Nah, you won't see the river. You'll see where it is. You've got to get out of your car and look down to it again. So I'm saying this, that something has got to be, if this is going to be a place where we go down to Joe's Cafe to see the beautiful view, something's got to be done about making it a view. The presentation that you see there almost gives you the idea that you look across the river and you're looking at shoreline. Well, you're not. You're looking at a bank. You're not looking at shoreline. So as the developers present the what is the one? Their high points, so to speak, and that they try to present this as a big high point. We've got to be careful about seeing to it that there is a high point there. Aside from the RCU building, what's across there? A kiosk, restrooms, and a visitor center or something like that. And it's really not a beautiful view. And if I think that something might have to be incorporated. I wish that when the developer brings another design plan, that they have the Eau Claire River in scale, and that as they show the north side of this building and how it is going to look with its patio and its restaurants and so on, that they also show a view across the river at what they're going to be looking at and so on, so that we see really what the situation is. Those are the kind of thoughts that went through my mind when I was down there this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down, Mr. Salmon.
Hi, I'm Elina Lane, and I live at 1607 Chumas Drive. 2 points I want to kind of make. First of all, last summer I watched as a 16-year-old boy drowned not far from where the pedestrian bridge is intended to be. And with the possible influx of couple hundred students or so, at least in that area, and increased traffic in the river and tubing, I think something needs to be done, at least putting up warning signs or something, letting people know that that traversing the river needs to be taken with a sense of safety in mind and things like that. So signs or whatever. And then the second thing is, I understand what folks are saying about, whether or not this is a worthwhile project. As someone who is, A, I'm in my early 30s, and B, I'm also at the university as a non-traditional student. I'm surrounded by a lot of voices that are saying this town is kind of boring. And let's face it, I think that with the hospitals and growing businesses, we're bringing in a lot of young families into this town. And of course students, and I think if we want to have a higher retention rate, we don't have them taking off to Madison or out to Minneapolis. I think that we need to have things that do draw them and keep them here. I know when Phoenix Park came in, there was a lot of positive talk among my peers. We're going somewhere, and so I just wanted to make that point. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there new comments? You're very patient, Mr. Martin, but that's the rules.
Okay, this is really a morph of this. Because we first saw this.
Your name, madam, please?
Oh, sorry. Diane Paulsrud, 663 Park Ridge Drive.
Thanks.
So I'll start over. This as a morph of this, which we first saw at a Clear Vision meeting when Professor Hartnett bounded in and got plenty of people excited about this idea. And this is only really exciting for the university because this only comes after the building of this, if it ever does, and it will be no taller than this, and it will only be a replacement for the State and Kerr theaters with another small theater. That's not very exciting compared to what Professor Hartnett was explaining with this, and he also has a lot more explanation on the picture here. As he explained, this plaza is redundant. Given all of this right across the river from it, we get no more view with the other plaza than we do with this. And we'll have the other performance. If there was going to be a performance area at the new plaza, we'll have that under the umbrella on the east side of Grand Avenue. We have the new outdoor theater by the Little Grand Theater, Phoenix Park Amphitheater, and Owen Park Bandshell. So that plaza is not really necessary. At the Idea Lounge, the developer was asked, would you still build this if we didn't want this? And he said yes. And this was the possibility he came up with if we left those historic buildings intact and still tried to squeeze those apartments in there. But now, hearing Professor Hartnett talk again tonight, I'm excited about a whole new plan that he had with the theater and then the apartments going this way instead. That also leaves, well, except for the trail he wants to get through so that we can get rid of this bridge, that leaves this historic district largely intact. All of the pictures that you've got of the bad buildings are all, we all understand, anybody that's done any restoration knows those are before pictures, and they're all done on behalf of the people who want to tear the buildings down. The only people that can really give the rightful analysis of those buildings is the WHS, the ones that protect that historic district. And you have a field representative of the WHS, Janet Seymour, right at the UWEC. All they have to do is go and talk to her to get things going. My council person said, well, no one is speaking against the student apartments down there. Well, I'm here tonight to speak against them. And if you're thinking nobody speaks against it, you know, face-to-face, one-on-one, people are speaking against it. But you get a room full of suits like this side of the room over here, and then all of the community leaders that speak on their behalf. That's one of the frustrating things about a subject like this, is to get people to speak up publicly against it when you run the risk of repercussions from one supportive arm or another, whether it's an employer or a customer or a donor. So I'm against touching that historic district, and I know other people are too. You know other people are too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paulsrud. Anyone else?
Most of you know me as Jerry Foote. Not my real name, but my alias. I live at 606 4th Avenue. You have heard many, many comments. I don't want to repeat any of these. I need to tell you that I have been hooked up with the university for many, many years. I've been retired almost as many years. I'm also a great supporter of the arts, backing both of our theater groups, all of our music groups, all of that. With that in mind, I have some concerns that I think you as council people need to keep in mind as you look forward to this, what Sean has presented, things you need to look forward to, things that I think I'm kind of concerned about. The first is dollars for raising and site preparation. I think you have the figure in front of you. I don't. It's a big figure, and I think you have that. Second, and something that I have not heard for quite a long time now, is if the project goes forward or when the project goes forward, included in that will be an annual outflow from the city of Eau Claire to keep this going. I assume you have that figure in front of you. The figure that I heard, I think, was $20,000 a year. I'm not certain about that, but that's kind of what I heard. You have heard, obviously, many times about the 6-story dormitory being a rather large building in the midst of downtown, and you've heard people just recently say that that shouldn't be there. I won't go any further than that. The theater as proposed, or the 3 theaters as proposed, as someone pointed out earlier, are no larger than any of the theaters that we have now. I have just learned from Mike that Kier Theater is going to come down. I was not aware of that. I'm wondering about the duplication of the new 3 theaters and the Little Theater at the university and Gantner and Phillips Hall at the university. It seems to me that we might have some competition there, something to think about. You've heard about the problems of building on a floodplain and all of that. Most of you and I have been through that once before, happened on the other side of the river. I lost, okay? The problem of students going to and from. Seems like it's not a problem. Will there be a bus running back and forth? It's a question. Somebody, if there is, someone's got to pay for that bus. Now you say, oh, well, heck, it's pretty close. Students can walk back and forth. You know, I live at 606 4th Avenue. That's on Hudson Street, just this side of Lake Street. Some students walk, some students ride their bicycle. Lots and lots and lots of students walk to a bus stop where the bus takes them that distance. For 28 years, I either walked or rode my bicycle. I walked over the bridge at 20 below zero. It was great. When I got to school and was ready for my 9 o'clock class, I could tell you I was awake. I did have to take the ice out of my beard, but I was awake. But some of our students today don't seem to be that willing. So those are the concerns that I have for you people to think about as you ponder the going forward with this particular project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foote. I see no questions. I'll invite, oh, okay.
Can I redo your paperwork, Mr. Tufte? About the building? Oh, yeah. I'm just here to clarify. It'll be short, sweet, to the point. The actual name of the historic district is the Confluence Commercial Historic District. It is a national historic district, not a local historic district. That's why there was no local historic district made or local designations. There wasn't a need for it. It's redundant. It consists of 14 structures. 7 of them are in the current proposal for the Confluence project. All of them are considered contributing. One's considered over and above contributing, individually designated, hence on the National Registry of Historic Places. And the criteria is set forth through the National Park Service within the Department of Interior for the United States of America federal government. The other 7 are up Eau Claire towards Farwell. So again, half of a National Historic District is what you're talking about. State of Wisconsin has a statute that deals with historic districts, local or national. There's multiple chapters in that state law or statute, and they're there. Goes on down. One in particular is this one that deals specifically with historic districts, whether local or national, when a state entity is involved in a project for any of the buildings or all of the buildings. Again, we're talking about a National Historic District, 7 of the 14, so half. Then a process gets initiated whereby normally it's a state entity notifies the regulatory arm for historic districts for the state of Wisconsin, which is WHS, Wisconsin Historical Society. In this case, the UW system went to UWEC and asked for its developer, in this case Haymarket Concepts LLC Development Group, to do that. Once that occurs, the regulatory arm, again, of historic districts in Wisconsin has 30 days to respond, if they respond, when they respond, if they respond, if they consider the project that the state's involved with to be an adverse effect on any of the buildings or all of the buildings, then a mandatory mediation phase initiates, and that's where discussions occur. That phase is not a timed event. It's as long as it takes. Again, the response is 30 days. After that, it's whatever it takes. What supersedes that, and it is in, again, State of Wisconsin Statute Law, Chapter 44, states that at any point in time with a project involving a National Historic District, if federal monies, federal source, grants, TIF, bid, doesn't matter, gets involved, the agency will then notify, in this case, WHS, Wisconsin Historical Society, the regulatory arm for National Historic Districts, of that, and then this supersedes this. And this is a more thorough review than this. That is it.
I failed to ask you to introduce yourself, Mr.
Oh,
Kurtenbach.
sorry. Patrick Kurtenbach, 1705 Park Avenue.
My error. Sorry about that. Any questions for Mr. Kurtenbach? Councilmember Worthman has a question.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Kurtenbach, where in the process is this right now in terms of the 30-day notification and the ongoing process? And
As of Friday afternoon, Wisconsin Historical Society has not been notified by the Haymarket Concepts LLC Development Group in a formal presentation proposal. There's only 2 people at that level that deal with that. One develops the historic districts, and the other one does the reviewing.
Can I ask a follow-up? Could you explain what the, as it was mentioned, this wasn't a local designation. So how did those properties, and what's the process that those properties became in that register? Is it folks at the state level who look around the state and identify certain buildings, or is it actually initiated from a local level, and is there a lengthy process then that someone here in Eau Claire had to go through to get those on the register? How did that happen?
Basically, the city of Eau Claire went to the Wisconsin Historical Society versus the Landmarks Commission, which again is a CLG, certified local government, and through review of the properties, won't get into that process, it's extensive, went with a National Historic District versus a local historic district. The review process is the same whether you're doing it at the national or the local, because again, it's set up through the National Park Service, NPS, via the DOI, Department of Interior.
So our city staff at some point reached out and asked for this designation?
Correct.
Our city council did? Okay. Thanks.
Went through an approval process of what the work was.
Thank you.
Oh, Councilmember Pavelski.
Yeah, just one real quick question. I'm just curious as to, is the national regs more stringent than the state statutes, in your opinion?
Now, do you mean when a individual designated property occurs,
Well, I'm thinking
Or-
you're bringing this to our attention for a couple of reasons, I would think. So
Yes.
one is, in fact, that we went through this process to be designated on that federal level. But I'm curious as to what standards are more stringent in terms of compliance.
is what determines a structure is a historic property, a general entity. The same criteria is used, whether it's at the local level, such as landmarks, or at the state level for a National Historic District. The criteria is set forth through, again, NPS, National Park Service, for the Department of
Which you
Interior.
indicated were the same.
What's that?
You had indicated they were the same.
Correct.
Okay.
Landmarks, as a, again, certified local government, would use the same criteria list WHS would, because that's the same criteria list as National Park Service.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Von Hayden.
Who's responsible? You said the Haymarket is responsible to initiate this survey?
No. Actually, it's a formal presentation proposal. Normally what happens, because of this, is that the state entity, in this case, in this Confluence Project proposal, should have notified WHS, Wisconsin Historical Society, again, because they're the regulatory arm for this National Historic District. That apparently did not happen. So at this point, UW System, when they found that out, informed Haymarket Concepts Development LLC, we need to hear something, meaning a proposal needs to be given to WHS if they are going to include, the properties on, South Barstow in their proposal. Again, that's been shown earlier, there's option B in their own proposal that leaves that National Historic District intact. So,
Well, follow up, that what happens if they don't notify them?
it's a mandatory mediation process.
So that, in other words, at some point in time, this has to happen.
Yes.
Okay.
And then again, the clock starts ticking. It's a 30-day response from Wisconsin Historical Society as a regulatory arm for National Historic Districts in Wisconsin.
Thank you. Mr. Kurtenbach? I see no further questions. Thank you. Oh, I guess Councilmember Duex has a question.
Mr. Kurtenbach, you seem to have researched this. Is this all just some research you've done, or have you got some personal experience or professional background that qualifies you as an expert in this area?
I'm currently commissioner on landmarks, and so I've learned that through landmarks, and then also dealing with Wisconsin Historical Society as a personal interest. Not to mention, on my own residence, I've applied for the state of Wisconsin tax credit program to get monies back for incentives. So that's how I'm familiar. As being a commissioner on landmarks, I wanted to make sure I had it correct. That's why I'm actually talking to the person at the Wisconsin Historical Society that's informing me in general terms what is supposed to be occurring, so that I can inform other people.
You're aware that the city council did put a condition on this project in a resolution we passed?
Correct, I have that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Kurtenbach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public input?
Good evening. Thanks for having us all here today to voice our opinions. I'm Mindy Dale. I reside at 3027 Wedgwood Avenue, north side of Eau Claire. I'm also a member of the Eau Claire Regional Arts Council and a past president of that organization, and have been involved in that organization for the last 5 years. And I wanted to express our excitement for the project. The Eau Claire Regional Arts Council and our executive director, Ben Richgruber, have been involved in this project since its inception. Our goal through ECRAC is to provide a voice and a place for the arts, all the arts organizations through the community. So we've been working very closely with the developers with the university to make sure that the voice of all the arts organizations are heard and considered throughout the process. The program is not just about bringing touring shows to Eau Claire. We need to have a viable place to provide quality venues for all the arts organizations. The theater, you are well aware of, is aging. Though it is a historical, significant building, we need a place where we can have events where we don't have to worry about leaky pipes and roofs and crumbling bricks and bats. And we cannot continue to operate indefinitely in that space. So we're excited about this project. We're excited about the opportunity to have this public-private cooperation that can serve as a model for other communities as we go forward. I think the downtown location is an excellent place to have this. One of the things that we have worked on through the Arts Council is how can we get more involved with the university? How can we get more involved with the university students? How do we attract them to come to shows at the State Theater so that we can continue to broaden the experience for the arts? And we started a program which was the Backstage Concert Series, where we have a small venue for younger folks to come and listen to music, to engage the college students, to bring them into the State Theater so they can have that experience. So we think it's a wonderful partnership with the university. And I'm also a big proponent of having those dorms downtown. My son, unfortunately, chose to go to school out of state, but he is in a university that has a learning community. And he was in the arts community, so the other individuals on his floor were all in his classes and were involved in art projects, theater, music, and they could dwell and feed on each other and encourage each other. And to have that experience right next to the theater and be able to utilize that is so important. And our students are hardy. I mean, he survived the Fargo winds to go to his classes, and I'm sure that the students around here can do the same. Last, I wanted to point out that as I was sitting here listening to all the comments, I looked at the City of Eau Claire vision statement that is listed on the bottom of all the agendas. And it states, Eau Claire will be a healthy, vibrant, and productive community of exceptional natural value. And I think everything about this project speaks to that mission statement. And I urge you all to vote in favor of rezoning this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dale. Councilmember Von Hayden has a question.
Oh, certainly.
Sure. Is being part of the arts group and spending a lot of time on this, what do you think of Sean Hartnett's concept of the fan-type theater?
This was the first I heard about it tonight.
I'm talking about the design.
Yeah.
Because it seems to me that makes it, from a design standpoint, I don't know what the design is in the other theater, but that's what I'm looking for.
Well, again, the first time I saw that design was tonight, and I am embedded with that concept of having that section be open and have that open space as opposed to having that all one block, that whole continuous space with buildings. I like having that open space. And I want to see both sides of the building being used. So, you know, it may have some considerations, but I really like that open space and the way it's planned.
Thank
Any
you
other?
again. Thank you again, Ms. Dell.
Thanks.
Looks like we've come to the end of public input. Mr. Martin, if you're, I see you're still here. That is you out there, yes? If your second comment is now in order.
So sorry for taking more of your time. It's been long enough that I've calmed down since, but when somebody talks about the silent majority sitting back and being taken advantage of by the minority that is actually active in making the city vibrant and bringing development and bringing opportunity, well, it gets under my blood a little bit. I am probably one of the more active people in my group of friends. I am on a committee of the United Way. I'm on a committee with the arts. I'm active in the young professionals. I am a chamber ambassador. I'm out there as much as about anybody I can say. And for what I hear when I hear somebody say, I didn't hear about that, why is that going on? Well, there is a responsibility in the citizen themselves to be active. There's a responsibility in the citizen to be engaged in their city, to be engaged with the community and know what's going on. So when 3 years or 2 years passed and it finally starts happening, and we finally start spending some money and putting toward efforts to have change and to have development, and then they are able to throw their cog into the system and their wrench into our program, and we give them, in my opinion, a stage which they haven't deserved through effort and investment and engagement. I just caution you that this energy is finite. This interest in downtown is finite to a point, and if continually we beat ourselves up against a brick wall and realize no progress, well, then that energy will disperse. It will go elsewhere, and we will lose a tremendous opportunity as a nationwide interest in this development has actually been spurned, especially Cassidy Turley's senior vice president, if I remember right or whatnot, has consulted with us on a pro bono basis, which was reported in the Business News Journal that came out just recently. Amazing opportunity for businesses to get that kind of contact out of a New York major firm will only bring positive things to this community. So just don't let this energy be dispersed because of a minority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Okay. Oh, a seconder.
I just want to say two things. One thing is the gentleman is bringing up about the historical, and you do have to remember that the Supreme Court ruled eminent domain, and you do have the right to take any property you want. You can take Owen Park, you can take Carson Park, you can take a church, you can take whatever you want. So if it's going to be for that, you have the right to take that property. I voted against that on the national, but Supreme Court rules. Second thing, I don't know why people are so upset about living next to students. I have lived next to them for 30 years. And they used to bring me brownies. I had kids that shoveled my sidewalk. All you got to do is get along with them. Go over, shake their hand, say, hey, I'm the landlord, I live here. We'll get along good, and I let them use my lawn furniture, and they'd bring it back, and they'd bring me a bottle of beer, but I don't drink beer, but they give it back, by the way. But there's students living upstairs on all those buildings. So I don't know why this having some students downtown is raising such a ruckus. It's just stupid. They're wonderful kids. We have some of the best kids in the world going to our schools. And we should be so proud to have them downtown and to have a building that gracious. So please go ahead with it.
Thank you, Mr. Severson. Okay. I think we're done with item 1 on our agenda. Now, if you all want to hang out with us, you're welcome to stay for the rest of the evening. The chair will now close item 1. and introduce item 2 in the interest of time. Even though Chambers is emptying, we can work through that. Item 2, I guess, is Mr. Tufti still here? Yes. An ordinance rezoning property at 512 Grover Road from temporary residential 1A to residential 1 for single-family development. Mr. Tufti.
This is the site off of Grover, Ellis, and Dorby. And it is an area surrounded by existing single-family homes. Also in your packet is the plat, which subdivides the area into 7 lots. 2 of the lots have existing single-family homes on them. The comprehensive plan identifies the area as being appropriate for low-density residential development, and the Plan Commission did recommend approval of this rezoning.
Thank you, Mr. Tufti. Questions regarding this project? I see none. Are there members of the audience here tonight to talk about rezoning on Grover Road? Anyone? Grover Road? Gentlemen, sir, are you the applicant?
I am.
Ah.
Dan Marks, 1949 Declaration Drive.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We don't have any questions for you, but if you have something you'd like to say, we'd be happy to hear it about your proposal.
Just here to answer questions if you have any.
I don't see any. Thank you so much for your patience tonight. And anyone else here for that item? Seeing none, the chair will close item 2 on our agenda and open item 3, which is an ordinance rezoning property on the east side of White Oak Lane, north of Westridge Drive from R1 to R2 for a duplex development. Mr. Tufti.
These are the 2 lots off of White Oak Lane, Westridge Drive, Sun Vista Court. There are single-family homes, all of these lots. There are duplexes across the street, and council recently rezoned these also for duplex. As I told the Plan Commission, this is the one where you're deciding where the line's going to be between duplex and single-family homes. That supports is the concept of duplexes across the road, and the recent rezoning to duplexes over here. That which weighs against is there's an existing single-family home here, and one under construction here. This is a vacant lot zoned for single-family development. We noted in the report the provisions for review of these types of requests. The Plan Commission received 1 letter in opposition to the request, which is in your packet. And the motion by Plan Commission to approve failed unanimously on an 0-9 vote. And with that, I'd answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Tufti? I see none. Members of the audience here to speak?
I'm the applicant.
You bet.
I'm back for another meeting. Okay, I'm Mary Campbell, and I live at 3537 Lever Street. I own the 2 lots, and I've had inquiries from builders for twin home lots, primarily because they're on White Oak and they face twin homes. When they talk about that, say here is a single-family home, that single-family home is on Westridge. It's not a White Oak. So basically what you're looking at is twin homes. This is not really, they're not even on White Oak. They're on Westridge. Mine would continue, and all the properties across the street are twin homes on White Oak. So that's kind of why I'm back. I did bring some pictures, and I don't know how well you would be able to see, but how do you look at this? Like do you want me to turn it so it's facing me? Okay, so these are my lots here. And across the street directly is a twin home. Continuing to the east of that are more twin homes. The 5 lots that were rezoned just up the road from me There's 5 of them. All of them have single-family homes behind them, as well as Minewood. And that's just a picture of the twin homes that are in the building process now with single-family homes behind. So I guess I'm questioning why mine are not being considered when we just had 5 rezoned for twin homes. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you have a question?
I don't see any. Thank you. Anyone else here to speak to this rezoning request? Okay. I see no one. Our last item on the agenda this evening then, thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your patience, is an ordinance rezoning property at 313 Hastings Place and east along Galloway Street from I-2 to I-2P, and to approve a general development plan for Indian Head Foods expansion with reduced street setbacks. Mr. Tufte.
This is Indian Head Foods property along Galloway Street, just east of Hastings Way, just south of Birch. Also within your packet is their master site plan showing their existing facility in white and then future building additions in various colors as they plan for their long-term expansion on their property. We would note the 2012 building addition here does have a final site plan approved by the Plan Commission from about 1 month ago. The reason this comes before council is the request for reduced setbacks for the green building here and for the future yellow building here. They are proposing a 10-foot setback from Galloway Street. The code requires 20 feet. There are provisions to modify that setback under the Plan Development Ordinance, and that's the reason for the I-2P zoning. And it basically deals with compatibility. They do propose to remove the asphalt and pavement there and just simply make that 10-foot area a landscaped area. The curb cut would also be removed, so it'd simply be a building next to a landscape area next to the street. We did point out to the Plan Commission the building immediately across the road, which exists, is at a reduced setback. And then the nearest neighbor to this, which is actually underneath 53 Market and Johnson's property, also sits at a reduced setback from Galloway Street. We did not have a concern with that reduction in design, and the Plan Commission did recommend approval of that. The second reduction proposed was for their future freezer addition, and that's shown as a 2020 addition, so it's quite some time out into the future. That they're requesting it at a 0-foot setback from the sidewalk. The Plan Commission did express concern with that and modified that setback to allow it at a 10-foot setback from the property line. They did note the applicant could come back at a future date and actually petition to reduce the street width here with a partial street vacation, since the sidewalk actually sits 18 foot off the curb line, as another way of resolving that issue. With that, we would note the Plan Commission did recommend approval of the request with conditions, allowing the 10-foot setback from the building along Galloway Street for the future addition noted on this plan, modifying the setback for the future freezer addition to a 10-foot setback, and they'd look at employee parking with the future site plans for each of these additions. And with that, I'd answer questions.
Questions for Mr. Tufte? Councilmember Olson.
Were these plans submitted before the YMCA proposal was land swap kind of presented? I was curious because of, you would think that, you know, sidewalk would be in best interest for these locations, and I was wondering if they had made these plans before they were aware of that possibility, or?
You would have to ask applicant if they were aware. Their site plan that was approved by Plan Commission here came in about a month ago, and this actual submittal came in about a week after that, simply because they realized they need these reduced setbacks for these future additions.
And the sidewalk on Hastings Place, that's just a year, that was just done last year, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I don't know the answer to Councilmember Olson's question, but I do know that when they brought the site plan, we talked about them doing a general development plan, and so they were already preparing this at that time.
Councilmember Worth.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Tufte, one of the things that concerns me, and I've raised this before, but is that I still continue to see trucks parked along Hastings Place as it goes up the hill. And yeah, and they're usually parked overnight in the on the west side of that street. And I guess I'm hoping that somehow this is going to help address that, because it's a safety issue having trucks parked on a road like that overnight. And so I wanted to just ask for your input about whether that was talked about and how that's going to be addressed. Or hopefully that is addressed by these expansion plans.
That was not talked about at the Planning Commission meeting. The truck parking I've seen for this facility occurs in this area here or next to these loading docks at this time.
Sure. I mean, we had this discussion maybe a few months ago, and I know that, you know, it was said at the time that that they would look into it, and I still continue to see trucks there. So I guess I'm just raising it again as an issue that needs to be paid attention to somehow.
Okay. Are there questions for Mr. Tufte? I see Councilmember Joyce.
Could you point to there's some stages here, and I hope you have the years on some of them. That particular stage is going to be built.
That was just approved. We expect that'll start either this winter or next spring.
Sure.
This is a 2015. This is a 2020. This is long-term, 2025. I'm not sure if this is 2015 or 2020. This is their new loading dock. I would note we did receive phone calls from there are some apartments up here, and they were very supportive of this in terms of it leaves the wooded hillside as the buffer. It orients the truck traffic away from them in terms of the activity and noise from that. So they were supportive of this concept.
I think maybe if the members wish to ask questions of the applicant, but it's my understanding from the Plan Commission that all of these truck stations are going to help accommodate increasing business. And as was said, they're oriented away from the residential and business area, and they're largely are dispatched at night. So we don't see trucks coming in and out during the daytime. It doesn't interfere with traffic. And I've been, as one who travels that more than once every day, I've been more than pleased that we don't see any problems in driving that we anticipated. It's really worked well. And I commend the owners for the way they've managed this, because it is an unusual piece of property that they've really crafted into use that's practical.
Okay, I see no further questions. Thank you again, Mr. Tufte.
Good evening, Disa Wallstrand with Ayers Associates here on behalf of Indian Head Food Service Distributors, and also I have Tom Gillette here too to help answer questions. A couple that we heard, the sidewalk, we do not have sidewalk planned along this facility. I'm thinking that the optimum place would be to keep folks on the other side with the trail. Concerned about pedestrian traffic and the truck traffic, and there's some opportunities there. I guess, in my opinion, I like it on the other side of the road better. But at this time, we did not, other than the existing sidewalk along Hastings Place, intend to add sidewalk along Galloway. I know that for what the facility would like to do for development, it would be our thought to come back and request potentially that vacation and shifting of the sidewalk. Not completely clear if that can still, if the master plan's approved with a 10-foot setback, we can still come back with a site plan to shift the sidewalk, vacate and shift the sidewalk, or is that something that has to happen now? I'm sorry, I'm looking at Mr. Tufti because...
The setback applies from a right-of-way. You'd have to come back with a partial street vacation.
So we're not locked in because the master plan would
Correct.
still be an opportunity. Thank you. Thank you. I just, timing question there. And then I did want to point out, too, that Mr. Gillette did have several meetings with the neighbors because of the proximity there and the concern with the slope, and it is definitely the intent of the facility to keep the tree planting. They may replace the trees there with a better screening tree, but there would absolutely be the trees planted on the hillside, and that was some of his discussions with the neighbors when he met with them as well. Let's see. The trucks on Hastings Place I can't comment directly on, but if you please.
To the question about the trucks parking, those aren't our vehicles. All our vehicles are domiciled on the site outside the right-of-way. They could be trucks that are delivering to us, but they come in at all hours and from all parts of the country. It's a bit, but I believe we have ordinances to maybe write some tickets. There you go.
Is that the,
Yes, I'm sorry. I believe we answered the questions, but we'd welcome others if there are.
okay, looks like Councilmember Worthman has one.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with a question regarding the neighbors that are on the hill up above. Is there any reason, and this has happened in other locations, and I'm thinking just offhand of the Nestle location up on Truax, but is there any reasons to think that neighbors might be affected by noise from some of the development that goes eastward there? Because I know up in the Truax area at least, it was sound barriers were put up, but some neighbors that lived higher up were more affected from the noise. Do you see that being a potential problem or not?
Well, the noise that we would generate would be the trucks moving around in the evening.
Sure, but not likely from units that are on top of the building or anything of that nature?
There's one unit that sits, that sits right there, and it's fans.
Sure.
Condenser.
It's already there, though.
It's there today.
Yep, it's there now.
Okay. Thank you.
Any, Councilmember Duex has a question.
I think it's very educational to have a tour of Indian Food Service Distributor. Mr. Gillette gave me a tour about a year ago, and it's really an education to see how food distribution is handled. It's a very automated process. But what's interesting to note is really how efficient it is, and also that they really do not have a noise footprint in the community. I mean, it's basically a quieter business than you'd expect with all these trucks and the comings and goings and the materials that are being moved. It's amazing, and it's in that location. And it's nestled away in a nice spot for it. And they've handled it very well. That's why a planned expansion like this over a period of years really helps the city as well as the business to say, hey, where are we going? Are we taking every step that's necessary? And are we doing it appropriately? And I just want to express my appreciation to Mr. Gillette and his team for the way they've approached this with respect to the neighbors and everything else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Duex. I see no other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Is there anyone else here to speak to this item? No? Seeing none? With that, the chair will close the public portion of our meeting and thank the citizens who joined us in chambers this evening. The City Council will now enter into closed session to discuss public employee collective bargaining matters related to negotiations with the Police Officers Union Local 9, which is permitted in closed session for competitive or bargaining reasons pursuant to statute 19.85.1 (1) of the Wisconsin statute. On a motion by Councilmember Pavelski, seconded by Councilmember Olson to enter into closed session, is there discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Balo.
Aye.
Duex.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Boo. Aye. Worthman.
No.
Closed session is convened. Do council members need a little break? Need to stand up a little while?
A transcript of this meeting is available for the hearing impaired. Call 839-4912 or write the Eau Claire City Clerk at P.O. Box 5148, Eau Claire, Wisconsin 54702-5148. Chippewa Valley Community Television is made possible by continuing community support. If you'd like to volunteer or make a donation, you can contact us by calling 715-839-5067 or on the web at www.cvctv.org.
Meeting of the Eau Claire City Council will come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Balo. Duax. Emmanuel.
Here.
Kincaid.
Here.
Klinkhammer.
Here.
Mitchell.
Here.
Olson.
Here.
Pavelski.
Here.
Von Hayden.
Here.
Vu.
Yeah.
Worthman.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and welcome everyone to the Tuesday, November 13th, 2012 legislative session of the Eau Claire City Council. During our legislative session, the council deliberates and takes action on the agenda items before us. We have prepared for this duty by working with citizens, by working with staff, by reading the considerable material in our packets, and by holding public hearings and working with you through email and over the phone. We are this afternoon then prepared to exercise our responsibility. And we welcome those of you who are joining us in chambers this afternoon and those of you who are watching on community television and streaming live at cbctv.org. Council does have important items on its agenda, so let us commence. Just as a matter of information for council, the proclamation that's in your packet will be delayed until next Tuesday. We won't be delivering this proclamation tonight. Our agenda begins then with the consent, or our work begins with the consent agenda, items 1 through 9. Do council members have questions or wish to remove an item? Seeing no such desire, on a motion by Councilmember Emanuel, seconded by Councilmember Vu, the consent agenda is moved. Discussion. I see none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Balo.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Vu.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
And the consent agenda is passed. With that, we begin our business agenda with item 10. Oh, by the way, there are agendas on the back table. If citizens want to follow along, please feel free to. Yeah. There should be plenty of people who are interested. Let's see, item 10 is a resolution authorizing the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital to conduct the St. Jude's Give Thanks Walk on city streets and sidewalks by the Eau Claire Indoor Sports Center on November 17th, 2012. Mr. Fieber.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This Saturday, the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital is conducting events to raise awareness and raise funds for their operations. It's a day where there are events taking place under this banner throughout the country. So that's kind of the reason why there's some little short notice here, but this is Eau Claire's first event, so therefore we're bringing it to City Council. The event involves a walk that starts at the Indoor Sports Center, goes around the soccer park, through the Violet and Grover Heights neighborhood, works back and then comes through the city trail and then finishes back up at the indoor sports center. They're making right turns. They're only crossing streets down here. They'll have people in vests to monitor traffic. They're aware that they cannot, they need to obey all traffic laws when they cross the streets. This event was recommended for approval by the Special Events Committee and recommended for approval by the Waterways and Parks Commission. Are any questions on this event?
Questions for Councilmember Pavelski has a question.
It isn't so much on the event itself, but I did notice the short notice, and I'm wondering, I know that doesn't happen all too frequently, but do we have a policy about that?
Well, the city ordinance requires 45 days notice for an application, and we prefer 60 days to meet all the time frames, so that we're not going to council before going to Waterways. But there are a couple instances in the calendar where that happens. But because this is such a simple event, it wasn't a big deal. There are not a lot of city services required for this event.
But it just has to hit those Parks and Waterways or something, right?
Right, and they did. They did make it to Waterways at the last meeting.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feber. I see no further questions. On the motion then by Councilmember Balow, seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer, item 10 is moved. Further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Vu.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Balow.
Aye.
And that resolution is passed. Item 11 is a resolution authorizing the police department to accept a $3,175 grant or accept that amount from the Bureau of Justice Assistance grant funds to help fund replacement body armor. Chief Matisak
Thank you. Good
kind
afternoon.
of fumbled through that one.
We use this grant program to fund the replacement of our body armor for our officers. The program covers 50% of the cost of the vests, which is a good deal for us. We generally replace between 8 to 12 vests annually. Each vest costs roughly $800, and so the funding for this year will cover the purchase of 8 vests. Any questions I can answer?
Thank you, Chief. I see no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the motion then by Councilmember Olson, seconded by Councilmember Von Hayden. Item 11 is moved. Discussion. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Vu.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Balow.
Aye.
Duax.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 12 is a resolution accepting and appropriating a donation of $10,000 and awarding a contract for the construction of a small dog area in the Otter Creek Off-Leash Dog Park. That means an area for small dogs, not a small dog area. As
Right.
there is already a
Right.
large dog area.
Right, we want to clarify
out
that,
there.
yeah. Down the road here, we're going to have to clarify what a small dog is too, but those are details. The City of Eau Claire has received a generous offer from an individual who is interested in seeing a small dog area constructed adjacent to the Otter Creek Off-Leash Dog Park. He has contributed, or is willing to contribute $10,000 himself, and has another $600-something raised from other individuals in honor of a friend. Then the deal would be that if the city constructed this small dog area adjacent to the park, then those funds would, the cost of that project would be covered by those donations and this individual in memory of their friend. The park master plan for Otter Creek, the dog park as it exists right now is in this shape. The park master plan that was approved by Waterways and City Council back in 2008 did address the need for a small dog area over in this area. However, 4 years later, in order to fit this all in, here's the existing dog park right now is approximately 8.5 acres, and this is the area you want to look at. Here's 53 bypass, Otter Creek is over here, House Road, Prill. Okay. Here's the main entrance to the park is right in here. Here's the current configuration of the fencing area. The proposal calls for, here's the red line, is the existing fence line. The proposal calls for moving this existing fence in to this area right in here, and then constructing a new fence back out in this area. And then this would become a small dog area over on this side, and then a large dog area would be over here. The existing park would go from approximately 8.5 acres to 8 acres. This area over here would be about 0.8 acres. So ideal would have been an acre, but it's just too difficult to fit it in here as there's a steep drop off right in here, and we still need to be able to get a service vehicle around the outside, around the perimeter of the fence line. What's that? Escape route, yeah. Gate road, okay. Or an escape route for the small dog. The resolution before you today is to accept the donation and appropriate the funds, and the fence could actually be installed yet this year. Are there any questions about the proposal? It was recommended for approval by Waterways.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
Did you get the approval from the dog group that works on the park and does all of the things out there?
Yeah, actually, we held a public meeting back in September at the site, and we invited all the people that have annual dog licenses there. So that's about 400 people that were invited. There were about 24 people that showed up, and the consensus was that this was a good idea, and that the city should accept the donation and move forward with the creation of a small dog area.
Sounds good.
Councilmember Jewix, question.
You made a statement that had me wondering. You said the park would be reduced by a half acre. It's really part of the park, isn't it?
It actually, the net becomes a half acre larger.
Right, and that's still part of the park. It's just
Correct.
The large dog is smaller.
Is a half an acre smaller.
I wondered if we were creating a separate park here for a minute. And this will be maintained by the same group?
That's correct. That's correct. And it would still continue to be the same fees. We're hoping to apply for a neighborhood grant to be able to put in an additional water spigot there so that the large dogs and the small dogs wouldn't have to share that common water source.
I have an English bulldog, so I don't know if he's going to go on the small dog or the big dog.
That will be the next conundrum to figure out.
I'll probably have to buy a tag for both.
No, one tag is going to get you into both. The issue that many communities have is do you set a pound limit?
Yeah.
Which is typical. That's the typical limit, and typically communities will call 60 pounds a limit. If your dog is less than 60 pounds, it's considered a small dog. If it's 60 pounds or over, it's a big dog.
Okay. Well, any other questions or smart comments? I guess. Thank you, Mr. Fever. It looks like a very good idea. As a user of the dog park, I can say it would be a very good idea. Then, let's move this item on Councilmember Jewix, seconded by Councilmember Pavelski. Further discussion on the off-leash dog park? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Vu.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Balo. Aye. Duax.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye. And that resolution passes. And our thanks for the donation also on behalf of the council, Mr. Feber. Item 13 is a resolution approving a code compliance loan for Pizza Plus. Mr. Schatz.
The owners of Pizza Plus are currently undergoing a major renovation of the building, and included in that is a issue that was spotted by our inspection department regarding the code compliance regarding drainage lines for sanitary sewer and stormwater. A copy of that letter is in your packet. The city has a code compliance loan program that addresses issues like the one that was discovered, and so the applicant is applying to bring that to compliance. There is a copy of a estimate in your packet. The total cost would be $18,000. According to the program guidelines that we have, an applicant can borrow up to 50% of those costs. So they are asking for $9,000, which under our program would be qualifying. The cities in Economic Development, Finance Department, and Inspection Department has reviewed the terms and conditions and would recommend approval. The term would be for 3 years at an interest rate of 0%, and the collateral would be a second mortgage on the building.
Thank you, Mr. Schatz. Questions regarding this agreement? Councilmember Pavelski?
Just, do we have many loans, compliance code loans? I think that's the first time I've heard it.
That's an interesting question because the program's been around for a long time, probably over 20 years, but the last one we did was actually 2005, and thank goodness old-timers like myself and Becky Nolan have been around because the younger staff wouldn't have even heard of it either. So, but yes, this is the first time it's been used in quite a few years.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Duix?
I noticed that it says it's going to repair and replace the damaged and broken storm drain lines inside the building. It said separate the storm drains and connect them up to the sanitary storm sewer line. Well, supposed to be just storm sewer, isn't it? There's no such thing as a sanitary storm sewer?
I would not. Maybe Brian would be able to answer that.
What they have right now is a combined, so the roof drains go into that goes into the sanitary sewer. They're going to separate those?
Yes, the plumber's statement was they're going to connect them up to the sanitary storm sewer line.
No, they'll connect them to a storm sewer outfall line.
The other thing is, would you be concerned that it says, the latter says, does not include rooftop drains or repairs to roof and walls if needed? If the rooftop drains are not checked, isn't there a possibility that they too are flowing into that same sanitary?
It's my understanding that the inspection department has reviewed it, and what they are proposing to do here meets all the codes that the code that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Schatz. On the motion then by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Worthman, item 13 is moved. Discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Pavelski?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Vu?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Balo?
Aye.
Duax?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 14 is a resolution granting a drainage easement across public property at 515 Fulton Street. Mr. Jensko.
Okay, to help you get your bearings, Fifth Avenue heads north and then curves over into Bellinger Street and comes up to Madison. The Luther Mayo Hospital is in this area. Their child care center is right here. The Lakeshore Trail comes through an underpass, comes up to Fulton, and then follows the north side of Fulton over to Half Moon Lake. The city has received a request to grant a private storm sewer easement to the property owner of the apartments just to the east. The purpose of this is to help solve some of the drainage problems they have around their building. And the reason for asking for the easement is rather than extend the storm sewer and disrupt the street and the pavement and then come into the site, they'd rather tie into the back of an inlet and then come across the sidewalk and then back through their parking lot to get back to where the drainage issues are. The city parcel here abuts another city parcel that comes down towards Congress Street without really much width, so it's not much use to extend the trail or other utilities or other transportation needs. And so granting this particular easement will not impact the future uses of this parcel. The Plan Commission has reviewed this. They have recommended approval. And so the item before you is to grant a private easement to the adjacent property owner.
Thank you. Mr. Jensko, questions? Councilmember Duix.
You're saying that the city has no reason to keep the rest of that property on that street?
There's not much use for it as far as utility or transportation projects.
So it could be declared if necessary as excess property?
It probably could be. I'm not as familiar with those.
By granting this easement, the apartments there are being given then a free access to the sewer. It normally would have cost them quite a bit of money to go out and tear up, to connect it out to the Fulton Street, correct?
Yeah, it would be more expensive to tear up the pavement, the street pavement, as opposed to their parking lot pavement.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you again, Mr. Jensko. I see no other questions. On a motion then by Councilmember Manuel, seconded by Councilmember Vu, item 14 is moved. Is there discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Vu.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Balo.
Aye.
Duax.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 15 is a resolution considering a land transfer agreement with the YMCA for city-owned property located at the southeast corner of Galloway Street and River Prairie Drive. Mr. Amundson.
In the council's packet, beginning on page 198, is a proposed agreement. I'll just walk through that briefly. What is proposed in this agreement is that the land that the city conveyed back in 2008 to the YMCA, located at the intersection of Menominee Street and Carson Park Drive, that this 7.04 acres would be deeded back to the city for $1 and other good and valuable consideration as item 1. Item 2 indicates that in return for that, the city would convey approximately 9.46 acres of land located to the east of Galloway Street, south of Birch and River Prairie Drive, west of the river, and north of the railroad tracks, shown in the blue as a proposed Lot 1 of a certified survey map. The city would convey that land to the YMCA for $1 and other good and valuable consideration. There are other conditions in the agreement. Number 3 indicates that the land is intended to be used for construction of a YMCA building and facilities. There are is some discussion of inspection and due diligence, that we give them the opportunity to view the site and do what investigations they need to do. There has been a phase 1 environmental assessment that the city completed on this, and we would make that environmental assessment available to the YMCA. In order to accomplish this transfer, there's approximately 17 acres that is owned by the city. In order to transfer just this portion, there would need to be a certified survey map prepared, and this agreement calls for the city to prepare that certified survey map. It would take this parcel, create a Lot 1 that would be conveyed. The city would retain ownership in Outlot 1, which would basically be approximately 200 feet from the river, just beyond the top of the bank. And the stormwater detention basin would be Outlot 1. Outlot 2 would be an area just to the south and west of River Prairie and Birch. which is an area where there still remains some solid waste that was disposed there as part of the Old Town dump. So that the CSM would be prepared based on that. It would be the city's responsibility to conduct the survey and complete that certified survey map. The drainage pond area we would retain. We do talk about what they're required to do when they do their final design. This site is low enough that it cannot be completely served by a gravity sanitary sewer, and so the item at the bottom of page 200 talks about the requirement for them having to provide a private pump station, whatever might be needed for them to connect to the sewer and water facilities. We do indicate that they can have up to 2 access points on Galloway Street, and that there would be no access points permitted on River Prairie Drive. We talk about the riverbank, and that if this land is not sufficient, the YMCA would work with the city for any trail extensions beyond what we've already retained, should that be required. And that under item H does indicate also that we have what is referred to as a right of first refusal, that should the YMCA not construct a facility here and look to convey this at some future date, the city would have the right to buy that land back. Item 5 talks about the disposition of the existing facility on Graham Avenue, and that within 3 years they're either to demolish the building or sell it to somebody who can redevelop to an approved use. The rest of the agreement is pretty much some standard boilerplate language. So what's before the council tonight is to consider approval of that land transfer agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Emerson. Questions? Councilmember Worthman has the first question.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Adamson, just for folks that are listening at home and maybe on the radio or here tonight, can you describe the amount of setback from the edge of the riverbank to lot number 1? Sort of what if a trail were to be built, what kind of
at the narrowest, going up the bank from the normal water level in the Eau Claire River, it's 185 feet to this property line, and it widens out to about 200 feet. This line was established creating approximately 25 feet from the top of the bank into the property in order to build facilities if necessary for a trail.
Thanks.
Councilmember Pavelski.
My only comment, it's a comment, not necessarily a question, but going back into September when we talked about the YMCA project, I was just happy to see in this agreement that it to address the right of first refusal as well as the dispositions of the Graham Avenue YMCA. I think those were welcome additions to the agreement. Thank you.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you. I don't know if this is a question for you or perhaps the applicant. I see that Mr. Van Ness is here. It's a question regarding if the Y does indeed move to the Galloway location, are there any current plans for the Y to have a downtown presence via an annex or anything along those lines?
I don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Van Ness, is that a question you'd care to speculate on?
Well, we would consider the Galloway Street pretty close to downtown, but no, there would be no presence where we are on Graham Avenue or anywhere in what you're considering downtown.
Okay, thank you. And I know that we had talked about it, and so I don't mean to be redundant, but I think just for our public conversation today. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Ness. Further questions by council or for anyone else? Seeing no further questions, the item will be moved by Councilmember Von Hayden and seconded by Councilmember Duex. Discussion is in order. Councilmember Duex.
I just want to first of all compliment Mr. Amundson for guiding this process. Excuse me. He's done an excellent job of identifying the issues involved with this land. This land has been very thoroughly researched. About 3 years ago, when there was a prospect of having the jail moved to that site. And so some of this was known, but additional work has been done and a very good description of the land has been prepared. I think it's carefully addressed all of the major issues that have been raised. And I think want to thank all the staff, City Attorney's Office and Mr. Amundsen's staff, that other people who worked on this, for putting this together. I think it gives us a very clear picture of how this would be built or how it would be located in a site which really is going to be, I think, attractive for the YMCA and also enhance the attractiveness of our community. As people enter through our back door here, the River Prairie coming in from Altoona, but it's a entrance into our community that people forget is now becoming a much more major entrance into our community. The first view some people have coming off Highway 53 of Eau Claire.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I will be voting no on this resolution tonight, as I did last time. I still think that the Menominee Street location is the best place for the YMCA. I don't think that the city is in a position financially right now to develop that property ourselves. And I think that this property on Galloway Street is better used for a commercial or residential investment that would be a tax-paying entity. Having said that, though, I know how important it is to the Y to have the council's support as they go forward with this project. So I'm going to vote no tonight on principle, but I want the Y and their donors to know that after tonight, if this passes, then I'll go along with what the Y wants. I'll support the rezoning. I'll support the site plan. There won't be any issue with how I approach this project after tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I too won't be supporting this tonight, and I appreciate Councilmember Mitchell's just maybe view of if this passes, how people who don't support it tonight could support it going forward. And so out of fairness and respect to the Y, I would like to just share why I won't be supporting it tonight. When I started learning about this issue, I learned that the YMCA has been a good partner. Of course, we know that they've been a good partner, but they've been a partner to the downtown area and really have been an anchor to the South Barstow section of our downtown community since the 1950s. And I have a lot of reservations about supporting the Galloway location, my top being that we would lose that South Barstow or very central downtown location for our community. In the long view, I don't think that the spatial match for other communities for our downtown area can be best served by the Galloway location. And so while I won't be supporting this tonight, I want our community to know, and especially the WISE leadership and their board to know, that I really appreciate and respect all of your efforts to do exceptional good work in our community. And I really appreciate everything you've done for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I had raised some reservations at the last meeting as well about this location. I think the hope is that the Y that goes here can actually grow in the community in the way that you know, I think the next 10 to 15 years will show that this location actually becomes a better and better location as time passes. I think that's the hope, is that it grows into this location. I think, you know, when you look at the fact that especially people from the north side of Eau Claire that have contacted me, this is a place that they feel is much more accessible to them. And I think that's a positive that we sometimes overlook. that this area, that this location is in fact more accessible to people who are living in the northern part of Eau Claire. And as well Altoona. I've had a number of people contact me, obviously not constituents, but people in Altoona that are looking forward to this site. So as Altoona develops the area near the bypass, and as businesses and residential area becomes a little more prevalent in the bypass area, I think that this site will in fact play out to be the best place. I think it's obvious that given the location now that there are some reservations about this site. I did want to mention one other thing. I had a number of constituents ask if they could comment on this, and were concerned that there wasn't a public comment period yesterday on this. And I know that our policy isn't firmed up yet in terms of what becomes, what gets on the public agenda for discussion and what doesn't. But I do know that there was a couple citizens who wanted to provide some information last night to us and weren't able to. In any case, I'll be supporting this, and I think it's terrific that we can finally get a place put down where the Y can work forward with the support in the community, and know that there is support behind this place, even if it takes a little time to grow in. So.
Councilmember Pavelski.
I definitely will support this project. I think it's an ideal location, both from a standpoint of accessibility, the fact that it's on the north side, and I feel strongly about that, but I also agree with Mr. Van Els's comment in terms of he views it as downtown too. I certainly do, in terms of that extension of downtown. And speaking from that point of view, I kind of grew up at the Y. My kids certainly did, as you well know. But I feel it's important for kids, and for accessibility. I like the location, the proximity, both to the tennis center and what the plans were at that point in time. I think there's been every avenue in terms of public comment for this project. And I think back in September, that was on a Monday, so people have had a chance to comment in terms of what they thought was appropriate for the YMCA. But I like this development, and I like the choice of property here. Prior to the YMCA actually looking at this property, I haven't been aware of anybody else looking at development on this part of the river. And so I think it starts as a catalyst, as probably something that will make this area that people and businesses might view it as take a second look at it too, in terms of appropriateness for development. So I applaud the efforts. I like the fact that those comments that were taken in, that were given in September, have been taken seriously and included in this understanding, this agreement. So yes, I'm very supportive of this location, and I applaud all the efforts in terms of realizing first that kids come first, that we want to serve them in many, many ways, and this is one avenue that we can, and I certainly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vu.
Well, I like to support this location too. I think this is a perfect location for the Y. I drive coming back and forth to work from the old Y in downtown. During the summer, it's just a very, very dangerous for the children and across from the other side to the Y. So I think the last location we talked about, the Menominee Street, this is a good location too, but like I say in the past, that we need to say there for alternative in the future. So I think I'm going to support for the location for this one will be perfect in the future for the next 10, 20 years. If it grow up, the population of Clay grow up, so this will be the perfect location.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Duix.
I just want to echo what Councilmember Worthman mentioned about the north side. For those of us who live in the northeast corner of town, very few new things get built up there that are community-wide interest. And it's really great to have something of this importance being built on the northeast side of Eau Claire, right next to Altoona, which is a growing area as well. The other comment I'd like to make is about what happens to the old property. Some of you will remember the very vigorous discussion we had in 2008 about the Y when they said they wanted to move out of the Graham Avenue site. They wanted to sell it or get rid of it and move down to Menominee Street. There was a lot of angst. I know it took the YMCA board many years to get over that. They at one time approached the city council about closing Graham Avenue so that they could expand on that area, and that did not meet with approval here. So then they went back to the drawing board and did quite a bit of work over a period of years and came up with the Menominee Street site. And then when the Menominee Street site was presented, we saw yet another issue, conflict, with respect to those who want to protect our investment, our public resource, our treasure in Half Moon Lake. And so this becomes a win-win, I think, for lots of reasons. As to what happens with the Y property downtown, the solution here is the same that was struck back in 2008. That is, the Y has 3 years to find a buyer for it. If they don't, they are going to tear it down. And the buildings have some serious issues with them. We need not go into all that. The Y went through it at great length. And those buildings, some of them are salvageable and some of them are not going to be able to be used, largely because of the chemicals, I think, and the swimming tanks and so forth that created some of the problems with the metals in that building. And remember, that building was built in, correct me if I'm wrong, 1958? 51. 61, okay, 61. That's good. It's not quite as old as I thought, but that makes it 51 years old. And so it's had a good life and so forth. So here we have an opportunity for a brand new place, a new opportunity. And what we need to work on is help the Y with their work to decide on how to dispose of that property. And we have some years to do that. But certainly we want to keep that as part of our downtown, hopefully as part of the commercial aspect, but maybe it has a future in some type of residential mode because it is in kind of a transitional spot. So I intend on supporting this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No. Before we take the vote, the chair just wishes to comment that this council never takes a vote without bringing the wishes of our constituents with us. And although there may not have been a scheduled public hearing on this very date, the issue has been thoroughly vetted with everyone we run into, people we talk to in casual terms, or people that we have been contacted by. And part of our duty as leaders is to bring those sentiments with us in our vote. So citizens, I think, should feel assured in local government that they have direct contact with the people who represent them, and their wishes are indeed, if not perfectly to their wish every vote, their wishes are embodied in every discussion we hold and every vote we take as a body. So just wanted to say that as a reminder of our responsibility as leaders, and with that would ask the clerk to call the roll. We ready? Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Pavelski.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Vu.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Balo.
Aye.
Duax.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
No.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
No.
Olson.
Aye.
And the resolution passes on a 9-2 vote. The last item on our business agenda is a kind of a housekeeping item for the council, and it is a resolution appointing the City of Eau Claire voting delegates to the National League of Cities Conference in Boston, Massachusetts. An annual conference for our profession, and one that I think 4 of us are traveling to Boston this fall, and we do have a responsibility then to name a delegate and an alternate. So on page 208, there are 2 blanks. So I would ask the members who are going to the National Convention if people are, who is interested in serving as a delegate. I believe that's Councilmember Belo, Olson, yeah, a voting delegate, myself, and Councilmember Duex. Is Councilmember Olson, myself, and Councilmember Duex. Or you could nominate one of those four. Anyone can nominate one of those four if you wish to go down that avenue.
I'll nominate the president.
Oh, I'm hesitating because I'm not sure I'm going to I'm not traveling the same amount of time as the delegation, so I don't know that I'll be there during the whole business meeting.
Usually it's Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, and I'm unable to stay that late on Saturday. So with respect, I decline your nomination.
I nominate our vice president. There's the
Nomination for Councilmember Duex as the voting delegate, and the alternate?
I nominate Councilmember Olson.
I'll second that.
The chair seeks unanimous consent to fill in the blank on page 208 with Councilmember Duex and Councilmember Olson as the alternate delegate.
I move we cast a unanimous ballot.
Thank you. So done. Now, on the resolution, is there discussion? And I don't think I moved it, actually, so I'll move it by Councilmember Klinkhammer and Olson, and then ask for discussion, of which there's none, and ask the clerk to call the roll. Klinkhammer and Olson. Okay.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
Aye.
Vu.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Balo.
Aye.
Duex.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Olson. Pavelski.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. And brings to an end our business agenda. We do have several ordinances to act on this afternoon. Item 17 is an ordinance in accordance with Section 660217 of the Wisconsin statutes annexing to the city of Eau Claire part of the town of Union, Eau Claire County, known as the Chippewa Valley Technical College petition. Mr. Tufti.
This strip of land is located just north of Folsom, to the west of Preston, on the northwest side of the city. It's a strip of land owned by the Technical College. They own the property to the north. It will be combined with a strip of land immediately to the west, which is owned by this property owner, and combined into a public street right-of-way to provide access for a development that was approved by council here, and to provide access for future expansion of the Tech College. City utilities are available in Folsom Street. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the Plan Commission recommended approval.
Thank you, Mr. Tufti. Questions regarding this? I see none. On a motion then by Councilmember Pavelski, seconded by Councilmember Mitchell, item 17 is moved. Discussion. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vu.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Balo.
Aye.
Duex.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
And that ordinance is adopted. Item 18 is an ordinance rezoning property along the west side of North Barstow Street from CBD to CNP Public to CBDP, and to approve the general development plan for the Confluence project. We had a long presentation and a public hearing last evening on this item. Are there further questions from council or staff? Okay. Seeing no questions, the chair will move item 18 on a motion by Councilmember Worthman, seconded by Councilmember Emmanuel. Discussion is now in order. Councilmember Mitchell.
I'll start. Thank you.
Okay. Brave.
I'm in support of this motion for the rezoning and the general development plan. I think that all of the planning we've done these many years has led us right to this project. The comprehensive plan, the waterways plan, the various downtown plans, the Good Life project. I mean, you name it, we have talked about the revitalization of downtown and the appropriate use of the waterways. But every time we've talked about it, someone on the council in turn has said, but we can't do this without private development. There has to be a private-public partnership. And to me, this is the mother of all partnerships. The city, the county, the university, the foundation, the Board of Regents, the Building Commission, the state legislature, it's huge. And that makes it both exciting and difficult. And especially in terms of getting all the pieces put together in the right order. And I think that actually we've all, especially the developers, been doing a really good job of that to this point. And I think that this ordinance change, this rezoning and general development plan is the perfect next step in this process. And I think that the plan gives really good guidance to both the developers and the city as we proceed. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councilmember Von Eden.
Yes, I will also be supporting this. I have a lot of reservations, though, and the reservations came out last night at the public hearing, and it's primarily in relation to, should a dorm be downtown? One of the things as we go forward on this, I think the concept and the idea makes sense, but we must make sure that all the parties, all of the arts group in the city of Eau Claire get together with the developers and go through this process so we develop a building. If we're going to build a new fine arts building, that makes sense for all of them, because we can't build a building and to the exclusion of some of the arts groups in the city. And so that is where it is. And now I realize that's not what we're approving right now. We're approving the development plan or general concept. And as Council President Kincaid said, this is a beginning discussion on this project. There's still a lot of people in the community that want to give input on this, and so we have to make sure that we get the proper input, because for this to be successful, we need the community to buy in. And so what I'm saying is that I behoove for the developers. It's with the State Historic Society. All of these steps, we must dot the T's, cross the I's, go through all of the processes, and make sure that we're getting forward what we're trying to accomplish. You know, a lot of effort has been put into this so far, but yet we've seen very little hard facts on this. Will it be financially feasible? And I'm not saying it won't be. I think the concept, it should work. But all of these things are, and how much everybody's to contribute, and how they're going to repay the dollar. So there's a lot of things that have to be there, the governance, and a lot of details that have to come forward on this. And so just everybody continue to work together to come up with a positive solution, and I think we'd have something good. Now, you know, we heard something from Sean Hartnett last night of a different concept of the building. I'm not saying that's the best concept or not. I have not been involved in that part of it, but I hope the developers and the university will take a look at that concept and say, does that make sense? Is there some possibility of bringing in a portion of that? Maybe it isn't, I don't know. But let everybody keep an open mind on this as we go forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Vu.
Yeah, I also like to speak to support the rezoning for this one too. I think this is a good opportunity for the Eau Claire. You know, we try to recruit more business coming to location in downtown Eau Claire. If we let this one bypass, I don't think any more business will coming back to the downtown Eau Claire. Because we see a lot of building right here is a vacancy. So if this go through, I think draw more tax revenue coming to Eau Claire, because during the summer will be a lot of people enjoy doing the activity over here. I can see that the fitness park, and before we started that, before we started the fitness park, I can see this is a very empty one. But right now, during the summer, you can't really find any parking space over there. And so a lot of people coming to use that one. So I think this one be the similar. So I'm going to support this one too.
Thank you. Councilmember Olson.
I want to support this plan. I'll start right out with that part. I think we need to realize that the downtown isn't going to be the retail hub that it was back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. If we think that's how we're going to vitalize our downtown, we're making a mistake. And so we need to start looking at other ways and other avenues to bring people down into that area, get people living and being involved in the downtown area. And other communities are just like us. They have struggled to try doing things like this. And I think this project will be kind of a cornerstone to helping redevelop a new concept of what downtown Eau Claire is. And we really need to take a hard look and realize and understand it's not going to be a retail hub down there. People aren't coming down there to shop for their clothes, shop for appliances, things that used to be down there. They're going to the malls, they're going out to the other areas. So like I said before, this will be a cornerstone. Hopefully we'll see a lot more of evolving downtown then that will support this and support other activities that we need to keep a downtown.
Thank you. Councilmember Pavelski.
I too will support the rezoning, and I guess what I want to say is I feel that our support is certainly necessary in order to assure that the stakeholders know that we're in this together. I think that's critical. We've had some really visionaries out there in terms of the developers, and when I think about this public and private partnership, that it's an opportunity for us. And an example of that would be RCU stepping forward, which is pretty phenomenal. And I would suggest that perhaps there'll be more along that line in terms of contributions and recognition that this project offers not only the downtown revitalization, but critical to the growth of our city. You know, I'm thinking too, I think from the very beginning, and I've had this discussion with a few folks out there, you know, in terms of my reservation had to lie in two things. It's one thing making that infrastructure investment, which we often, that one-time investment, which we often do. But it's another one, in fact, you're asked to subsidize operations. So for me, I have to think about it very, very carefully and really weigh those options. And I think that, or being defined as a backstop, that was a new word for me, which I kind of took very seriously, if you will. But of all the projects that's being advanced, I think Council Member Mitchell, thank you for the help. I need all the help I can get sometimes. Said it very, very well in terms of all the groups that have come together who have actually, you know, finding that continuity in terms of what this project really affords us and the opportunity that lies ahead of us that we haven't even thought about. I would assume that there'll be many of those chances. This is probably the most complex thing I've ever thought about. I thought at the time the YMCA might take that priority in my mind, but this one definitely is very, very complex. But I applaud all the efforts that's being advanced by a lot of good people out there who have really thought through this project and thought through the priorities in terms of how do we bring back downtown and recognizing that it's important because a lot of us do remember it as a retail center. A lot of us do remember those stores and what the contribution to our downtown has been to our growth and what it still means to our future growth. So I definitely will support this. I think it's that first step, like Councilmember Von Hayden. I hate to repeat that, but you know, when you think about this is a zoning, it's not a means to an end. It's part of the exploration that we said earlier was an ongoing conversation. We do not know all the details, but certainly we need to explore it, and we need to go take that step in all good faith in terms of recognizing there's a lot of good people who have put a lot of good thought into this, and so I applaud those efforts, and I'm happy to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll also support the rezoning. I think there's a few things to keep in mind, and number one amongst them, this goes to Councilmember Olson's point, is that the business community is needing something like this in downtown Eau Claire. And as many of us know, especially those who serve with the Visit Eau Claire, is the idea that every dollar that's spent on tourism yields 7 back into the community. And that's because people don't just go to see a show. They don't just go to see art. They actually usually end up going to other establishments, whether it's restaurants, whether it's taverns, whether it's room nights. The money is absolutely needed in downtown. And I think one of the things that I've heard from the business community is that they like and they see what's happening in North Barstow, and they say, you know, if infrastructure, public investments, and this partnership can yield something like that for the business community, then it's a win-win, and we need it. So I think that's something that we absolutely have to keep in mind. I do have a lot of folks, constituents, who ask me, how's this going to work financially? How is this going to work out? And the answer is I don't know at this point. And I think we're still waiting to see how all these pieces are going to fit together. And I know there's some angst there, but I feel like this is the next step as we move forward. A few key things that I think need to be reiterated, even though this is not necessarily the step and what we're voting on, but it's something that needs to be in the consciousness. As I hear again from people in my district, and many of them are downtown, is the idea that it's the area along the riverfront and the Riverwalk is actually publicly accessible, that building is publicly accessible. And a famous city that comes to mind for me is San Antonio, where I happened to be last spring, where in fact the areas along the river, when people walk those areas, they can enjoy the river, but then to the back is an area that they can a shop or some sort of service that they can frequent and spend money. And that's important. It's important that those are accessible areas to the public. If there's going to be amenities for people that live, students potentially that live in the residential halls, I don't think that they have to be on the ground floor. And I think there's a good argument to be made as to why public accessibility is crucial as we think about the riverfront. I do think that there are some interesting ideas that were brought forward last night, and you know, again, as other council members have said, is sort of openness to the public moving forward is wonderful. And I have to commend all of the folks that are working day in and day out on this project for the work that they've done to really open up and ask the community what their thoughts are. I can tell you from numerous other projects that that's a really difficult thing to do, to have so many voices in the community coming forward and saying, we think this is a good idea, or we think something the exact opposite is a good idea. And to be there day in and day out and actually listen through all of that and to sift through it all and to incorporate as much as possible into a final design as this moves forward is a difficult task. And I just want to commend everyone who's a part of that and that openness. I think it's very visible to those of us sitting on council that there's been amazing work on behalf of Commonweal and all the folks that are working on this on a daily basis. So I just want to commend the partnership that is developed on this and say that I will be supporting it tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to also offer my support for the project as far as the zoning request goes tonight. And also just offer, as part of the public conversation that we're having, my support for having place for students to live downtown. When I think about students, I've been a homeowner in the downtown area and for over 7 years, I think, or maybe 8 or 9, I lose track of time, but at any rate, I have students on either side of me. I was a student, I was a stay-at-home mom and then became a student, and now I'm not a university student at Eau Claire anymore. But at any rate, I understand the complexities of having students live so close with a mixed-use neighborhood. But I also see the opportunity that we have for these young adults, for these citizens in our community, for the opportunity to address a very important issue, which is the brain drain. And I look at this opportunity that we have for the Confluence Project as perhaps a way that we can increase the brain gain for Eau Claire. Recently, one of our favorite Blue Golds, Justin Vernon, said this in Volume 1. He said, "Far too many artists from this area have to leave because what we want to do with our lives just isn't possible here." That's what the Confluence Project is, to build a center that can be a nucleus for art here in Eau Claire. And I think that we're at an opportunity where we can continue to welcome and integrate students and faculty to more areas of arts and businesses in our community. So I think it's a real positive opportunity for us. And I think that's very important to get all of our concerns out and to proactively wrestle with those ideas and the conversations that we need to have so that in the end, as Councilmember Von Hayden said, we can have more buy-in and more of a positive result. And I think that's going to be an excellent thing for us, but also a model for our state to put Eau Claire on the map as a community that's, again, willing to have the tough and difficult discussions as we make good choices for our community for years to come.
Thank you. Councilmember Duex.
I want to, first of all, thank the other members of the council for all of the comments. They were very, very good. I mean, very good observations. Each of you had constructive observations about why this is so important. I, too, am going to be supporting it. Historically, Eau Claire has had many fitful starts with trying to fix downtown. It goes back over 40 years. Probably closer to 50 years, as we saw issues. There have been so many times that proposals have been brought to the council. Some have been from city managers, some from developers, and nothing happened with any of them until North Barstow. And even that, of course, was observed, was very controversial. Now people still are starting to realize that, yeah, Eau Claire can do some things, but I'm still skeptical. Some of the comments I've had from people is, well, yes, it would be nice, but it's the wrong time. The economy's bad. Taxes are high. Things like this. There has always been a reason why it wasn't the time to do it. I think I'm compelled by some of the comments I made, or some of the things I heard, and I've reflected on them about a month ago. Is people saying, if we're not going to do it now, if this isn't the opportunity of the decade, when will it be? What proposal? How long are we willing to wait? In the meantime, the brain drain goes on, the frustration, the people that wanted to see dreams happen and realize that we have a beautiful natural setting, as one person called it, our natural capital. It is important. We have a very innovative proposal that's been made by the Haymarket Concepts Group. They've worked very hard on it. What we need to do is continue that collaboration. As many of you have already said, we need to now engage the City Council, as I see we are very engaged in discussing this, talking to constituents, working with local groups, bringing people together. That's what we are. We're the chief governing body of the City of Eau Claire. If we're going to make a commitment or not make a commitment, it is going to affect this city for decades to come. Now, that doesn't mean we say yes all the way down the line. There's going to be some maybes, there's going to be some disagreements. But we continue this process together. We've begun a march forward, and we've got to find answers to people's concerns. Everyone knows that the economy is troubling. I've been reminded that jobs have been lost just recently. layoffs are going to occur. We know that. But that should increase our resolve to try to find ways to employ more people with creating business opportunities in our downtown and elsewhere that will bring back a job providing life for our community. And although maybe we can't go back to the good old days in the 50s and 60s when downtown was the hub of all retail, there is a real place for retail in downtown Eau Claire. But it needs a supporting arm. It needs something else going on downtown that attracts people there, not just for a summer festival once a year or twice a year, not just for a concert every Thursday night, but brings them downtown every day because they need what's there, they want what's there. But we have to help create that. The business sector is most important. The university is a key player. And now we pull all these forces that are here in our community together, and we say, we can do this. And I think if we have that resolve as a community, as people in this room and elsewhere, we can get this done. There are some tough things to do. I think we're very fortunate to have two regents from Eau Claire. Regent Ed Manydeeds made some comments in the paper on Saturday that were very instructive to what we need to provide to the university, to the Board of Regents. And he was basically saying everybody wants somebody else to go into the pool first to try to test the water. And we were hoping the state would test the water. But they're asking, the State Board of Regents is saying, we want you to test the water, Eau Claire. And so we have to put our swimming suit on and make sure we're ready to get into that water because the swimming may be a little tough. But with the public listening and cooperating and collaborating, and with us exchanging views back and forth, I think it's a test we can meet. Now we have a little more time. I was very concerned about a December 6th Board of Regents meeting. We were supposed to miraculously come up with all the answers by then. And now that it's been postponed until the February Regents meeting, we can breathe a quick sigh of relief, but we need to roll up our sleeves and get to work. So, with our partners in the room and elsewhere, I think it's time for us to say yes to this, and let's get on to the next step. And if there are obstacles or questions, let's deal with them, and then keep moving and keep moving. I think there's too much at stake, and I really feel, as some others do, that if we don't do it this time, we may not ever have the courage to do it.
Thank you. Councilmember Beal.
No, thank you. I'll make it really brief. After everybody's made their statements, which sounded very good to me. I thought the debate was very good tonight. I'm going to support the project, and this morning I decided I'd turn the computer on because once in a while I do, believe it or not, I do read the emails. Not too often, but I do turn it on. I'm not an email guy. And I always like to read my emails after a long night of debate. And a lot of times I'll get personal emails that are sent to me that other council members don't get. And the one thing that I got out of my emails this morning is that after the debate last night and the discussion of where we're going to go with this project, that some of the emails I got, people were requesting me to vote no today. Because I think some of these people are under the impression that every time that we take a vote, that we're taking that next step. And I just wanted to assure everybody that's watching PAC television or sitting in this room, the city has not committed one single dime to this project yet. This vote tonight does not mean that the city is going to be spending $10 million on this project. We've got many, many, many more meetings and hopefully discussions on each single step that we go through. Last night we listened to parking problems, construction, how's the building's going to look, where are we going to put a bridge in, are we going to use the green space? I think every one of these discussions that we've had have been very good. But what I've tried to tell everybody is that each one of these discussions will be brought up and vented quite well for everybody to understand. And so when we get to the final vote, hopefully, most everybody in the city of Eau Claire and everybody that's listening will be on the same page. And if the city of Eau Claire does make that next step to commit $10 million, that we're going to have the majority of the city behind us. We're very lucky that we've hired a city manager that's got a very strong background in development. So I think that the city is going to be in a very good position, and hopefully, when the next step comes up, that more of the answers are going to be brought forward, and as the process moves forward, hopefully people will be comfortable. So I'm going to support this today, and hopefully when the next step comes, the council will support that next step. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. And Councilmember Klinkhammer.
I would like to speak in support of this for a lot of reasons, but I think all the words have been used. Certainly all my ideas have been expressed, so I won't add to the debate other than to say I think that it can be in a very, even though there are obviously questions that are going to need answers, and there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done, but we need to give City Manager Van Gumpel something to do. So this may have started before his arrival, but this will be the first official act that we take, and it's appropriate that we do it while he's in his first meeting here. So, but I think the name, the confluence, is significant. I think it was a confluence of trade and information for the early settlers, and certainly this is going to be a confluence of ideas and energy of our community, and I think that we need to move forward with this and take this step.
And thank you. Any other discussion? I think the council has done a very good job of expressing themselves tonight, and thank you for that. We're ready. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Worthman.
Aye.
Balo. Aye. Duax.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Vu.
Aye.
And that ordinance passes on a unanimous vote. We do have a little more work to do tonight, so item 19, first step towards getting through that work, is an ordinance rezoning property at 512 Grover Road from temporary residential to R1 for a single-family development. Any questions regarding this item? If not, on a motion by Councilmember Vu, seconded by Councilmember Balo, item 19 is moved. Seeing no discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Balo. Aye. Duax.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Vu.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
And that ordinance is adopted. Item 20 is an ordinance rezoning property on the east side of White Oak Lane, north of West Ridge Drive, from R1 to R2 for a duplex development. Does council have lingering questions regarding this item? No? On a motion then by Councilmember Klinkhammer, seconded by Councilmember Olson, item 20 is moved. Is there discussion? Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. You'll notice in the staff report that the Plan Commission unanimously voted to deny this request. And I thought I might just explain a bit my own thinking, and I think that the other Plan Commissioners pretty much held the same view, and that is that when you have a situation like this, if you look at the map, the parcels or the properties around the two in question are zoned R1, and when the people bought those properties, they were zoned R1. And my feeling is that they have a right to depend on that zoning once they've purchased their properties. That is, then we shouldn't come along and rezone part of the development to R2 in this case. Now, I grant that across the street and on the side there, we have done some rezoning, so it is a judgment matter. You could say, well, you know, there has been some changes, but the fact that the adjoining properties, the closest properties, were R1 when these were purchased, when the people purchased them. So that's why we voted no, and I'll be voting no again.
Councilmember Belo?
Can I ask a question of Council Mitchell? Was there any opposition that showed up to the Plan Commission from the neighborhood on this rezoning?
No, but we have a letter from 2 property owners in the
That are
packet.
opposed to the rezoning?
That were opposed, yeah.
Okay,
No one
thank you.
else came.
Further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Duax.
No.
Emmanuel.
No.
Kincaid.
No.
Klinkhammer.
No?
Mitchell.
No.
Olson.
No.
Pavelski.
No.
Von Hayden.
No.
Vu.
No.
Worthman.
Aye.
Belo.
Aye.
And the ordinance fails on a 9-2 vote. Item 21 is an ordinance rezoning property at 313 Hastings Place and east along Galloway from I-2 to I-2P and to approve a general development plan for Indian Head Foods expansion with reduced street setbacks. Any questions regarding this project? Seeing none, on a motion by Councilmember Von Hayden, seconded by Councilmember Duax, the item is moved. Is there a discussion? We had quite a lengthy discussion last evening about it. So. I see none. So, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll. Sure.
Councilmember Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Vu.
Aye.
Worthman.
No.
Belo.
Aye.
Duax.
Aye.
And that ordinance is adopted. Item 22, we now have a series of code amendments that council will be considering to update our code and perfect our code, I guess. The first one is an ordinance amending section 10.40.070 of the City Code of Ordinances entitled Wisconsin State College Grounds. Mr. Nick will be filling us in on this item. Council will note there's a substitute ordinance at your place with some wording changes. Mr. Nick.
Thank you. This first ordinance, the next couple here this afternoon, early evening, and you also have another set that's for first reading and will come forward at your next meeting. They're all part of an update process that we've been undertaking, trying to look at issues, I think like this first one, that really are just cleanup matters where there's been a statutory reference change. Two ones that have some gray area where we've been forced to make interpretations in the interim and are bringing them forward to you for clarification and direction. So that's the purpose. We're doing that at this point in advance of an annual recodification or code update that we put out twice a year, including it around the first of the year. So in terms of this first item, what we have is a situation where state law was updated. Chapters 36, 37 were recodified some time ago and renumbered into Chapter 36. 3611.8M references a requirement for state universities to establish a transportation plan. It's really just a reference issue in terms of why we're suggesting the substitute. I was contacted by Councilmember Mitchell with a good suggestion to also update the title to University of Wisconsin System. You can see how old our reference is. It's still calling it Wisconsin State College, and I don't think they've termed themselves that way for quite some time. Yeah. Well, I think I think it's fair to say that this section hasn't been one that we've looked at for a while. And again, nothing substantively different, but an update to a statutory reference and a new title for the system.
Questions for Mr. Nick? Councilmember Pavelski?
Is there any reason why we wouldn't say University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire? Do we want to be that specific? I mean, you're being very general with system, I'm just
Right,
asking the question.
Previously, it was titled as the statute was, so state code called it the State College back when we adopted it. Now Chapter 36 is titled University of Wisconsin System. So that's where it's titled. I don't expect another system university in town anytime soon.
No,
so you could call it UWC if you wanted to, but that's where the title came from. Councilmember Mitchell gave a number of suggestions, including University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire grounds. I just followed the state code reference.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Duex?
Looking at the first or second paragraph, it says resolution adopted. I have no idea what that means, and then it refers to a resolution passed by the Board of Regents and so forth. And then finally, in the end, it says, shall be filed with the county clerk, county court of Eau Claire County. There hasn't been a county court for 15 years, so that's also outdated. And I don't know what the importance of resolution number 1158 is. Do you have any idea?
You know, I didn't look that one up.
It's not our resolution.
It's not. It would be a Board of Regents. The key reference I felt was the statutory reference, which was simply out of alignment. What it is, again, is that section, 3611.8M, requires all the different university system colleges to have an updated transportation plan. That's all this is about. It's a requirement for the university, really not for us, and it just calls statutorily for them to work with local authorities on that and to have them on file with us. So thus the corrected statutory reference.
What's the meaning of the word resolution adopted?
That's just a what I view that I believe that was just a title heading to it to that section that initially that resolution number by the regents adopted the policy saying that they're actually going to do that, because again it's a requirement in state law directing university systems to undertake this planning effort.
And the resolution being filed with the county court?
I'd certainly accept a friendly there that filed with the Eau Claire City Clerk.
Is it the city clerk or the court? I mean, I don't know what the purpose of any of that is at this point. I mean, maybe 50 years ago it meant something, but a copy of a state board of regents of state colleges, which doesn't exist anymore, being on file with the circuit court, I don't understand.
Councilmember Duex, do you have some suggested amendments?
I frankly think one has to go back to the Board of Regents, resolution number 1158, adopted by the State College Board of Regents, which no longer exists, to see if that reference is of any value anymore. The statutory reference, I understand. I don't know that the other thing, I haven't read, I don't know where I'd get a copy of State College Board of Regents resolution number 1158 anymore.
Perhaps
it's probably in the archives.
If you deem it necessary, you could motion to postpone, or I'm not sure how.
I would move that we postpone this to the next meeting, pending clarification.
A motion is on the floor to, seconded by Councilmember Belo. Discussion on the motion to postpone till next meeting. Councilmember Emanuel?
Maybe to ask Mr. Nick, will there cause any delay if we, I mean, obviously we'll be delaying, but is there any hiccups or any challenges if we delay this for a couple weeks or a month? Any challenges to what you're trying to accomplish?
No, this has sat like this, for some time. So the key point, and that's why that was the section that we updated, is just when if we're eventually going through and catching a statutory reference that's out of date. That's what I asked our staff in my office to look for, those sort of statutory references. In terms of the resolution number, it's a good point. It's just not something that we look, so we can check it out and bring it back. It may very well be the case that last paragraph can be removed in its entirety. It's likely not needed.
So time's on our side, and there's nothing urgent that if we
No,
get it
there's
passed
nothing.
tonight
There's
won't
nothing
delay
urgent
you or anything.
on any of these.
Okay.
No.
Thank you very much.
Further, Councilmember Klinkhammer? On
Besides,
the
if
motion
we-
to postpone.
If we postpone it, then we get to talk about it again.
We've probably talked about it more than it's worth already, but we'll bring it back to you next week and get you that answer.
On the motion to postpone. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kincaid?
No.
Klinkhammer?
No.
Mitchell?
No.
Olson?
Aye.
Pavelski?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Vu?
No.
Worthman?
Aye.
Balo?
Aye.
Duax?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
The motion passes on a 7-4 vote. We'll see that one again in 2 weeks.
All right.
Okay. Item 23 is an ordinance to amend section 1.06.030 entitled Determination Subject to Review and section 5.28.020 entitled License Application - Inspection and Report of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire. Mr. Nick, better luck
Certainly.
this time.
This has amendments to two different code provisions dealing with alcohol review, particularly in the latter, and the first one, Administrative Review Board decisions. Those deal with review of bartender's license, but they review a whole number of items. First, let's deal with 1.06030. That's your reference to the matters that are subject to review by administrative review. You'll recall, or most of you will recall, that a fee was established for administrative reviews during your last budget session a year ago. That's been in our fees and license schedule. It was initially instituted at $100 last year. During your budget session just last week, you incrementally increased a number of those fees, so now it stands at $102. When we initially went to using a fee and license schedule, is before we had a fee and license schedule, all the fee amounts were in the code, and it created the problem of having to go through the code and update them piecemeal. So what we've done is we've adopted now the fee and license schedule, and that's a central location where people can find that fee. However, when that policy was implemented through the budget action, the reference that we now have throughout the code for a fee as stated in the fee and license schedule wasn't inserted. So in this location, it's inserted. It doesn't change the fee. The fee's been in place, but it makes sure we have that code reference. So that's the Section 1 change. The Section 2 change also deals with licenses. This is a license application. Annually, businesses, you'll see that restaurants are included in here, and then a number of our licenses deal with alcohol, whether it is from the combination Class B down to our beer and wine type licenses, or our Class A direct sale retail licenses. So when someone applies initially for a license, they complete this form, and it includes on the backside a sign-off by various departments that review that facility, including the health department, but also fire, electrical, building, and plumbing. The code indicates that those officers and those departments do an initial inspection, but they also, it goes on to indicate, will do an annual inspection thereafter. So this is one of those where we are checking with you to see if that's something that you really want to have happen. Frankly, it's not something that we have the staff to have happen, at least all the way down the line, and we don't see a need for it beyond health. Health gets in every year for any of those alcohol and restaurant licenses. They do annual checks. But in terms of electrical inspection or a building inspection, a plumbing inspection, fire also will get into commercial buildings on a rotating basis, but not every year. And specific to licensing, I mean, electrical, plumbing, or building will get in if there's a new permit, if there's an addition, or if they're making upgrades or alterations to any of those. But we've had this issue out there because we have the code section that says all those inspectors shall check every single year. And, we'd rather not have them sign that if, on an annual basis if they're in fact not doing the inspection. So you certainly can tell us that you'd like them to inspect every year, but that is going to be an upgrade in service and time from what we've been doing in recent years. So the language would change to say that the premises may be re-inspected at the time of renewal, and that a written report, if an inspection is done, would be provided to council. Again, on this one, I heard from a council member just before the meeting, so we didn't have a lot of time to work through it, but Councilmember Duax suggested some additional language. He and I briefly talked. So potentially you may want to change the language that our office suggested to the premises may be inspected by any of the above officers or departments at the time of renewal. That's certainly what we think it infers, but that was something that was suggested. But the point is that if there's an issue, and this is how we've been proceeding, if there's an issue, that reinspection will be done, but it has not been done as a matter of course for, again, anything below the health inspector on renewals. So that is the next ordinance change.
Thank you, Mr. Nick. We may have some discussion about this one. Maybe we could first talk about whether we're comfortable about the fee reference under section 1. That's fine. So there seems to be a consensus about that reference. Section 2 may cause some discussion. It sounds like Councilmember Duax has a wording change to suggest. You can go first with that? Okay. Councilmember Duax.
Excuse me, do we have a mover and a seconder for the original ordinance?
Oh, no. Council members Worthman and Emmanuel. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Councilmember Duax.
This does represent a change in policy, but not a change in practice. The policy says, right now, the language that's stricken out would say, no license shall be renewed without a reinspection of the premises and written report to the City Council. Now, every year when we renew these licenses in July, we get a written list of those who've applied for a renewal of their license. I think one usually assumes that the reason the City Council is getting this is more than just the fact that state law says we have to vote to grant the licenses, but that we have some basis to say that that license should be renewed, i.e. that there's no problems. What I was discussing with Mr. Nick, and unfortunately we didn't have enough time, is that a couple ways one can look at this. One is that the License Review Committee might want to review licenses each year and say, are there any problems? And for those of you who don't recall, our License Review Committee consists of persons from the Health Department, the Police Department, City Clerk, let's see, I'll probably lose, pardon?
Our
licensing, yes, our licensing person who reports to the City Clerk, and so forth. And that committee meets and so forth, and because they represent those various departments, they tend to know if there's any problems, health-wise, police-wise, what have you, license-wise. And if they met and then wanted to have a reinspection, Mr. Nick pointed out that the above officers noted here, police, health officer, chief of the fire department, and building inspector, already have independent authority to to go in and perform an inspection. I guess where we left it off is we didn't really come up with a set of wording that might encompass some or all of those concepts. But what it would do is say that it wouldn't be a shall inspect, but that they may inspect, and if they do inspect, obviously the council should be aware that they found no problems, or they did find some problems. And if they did find some problems, then when we renew the license, we have choice. Do we grant that license or don't grant the renewal license? And I won't go into all that. But at least when we're voting on something, we'd be doing so exercising a discretion rather than just an automatic act. Now, I'm at the risk of sounding like we need to postpone all these things. I think this is one which needs a little crafting of wording, and we could either do it now or have the staff instructed as to what's acceptable and then come back with something.
Councilmember Mitchell, I believe, had
If I understanding what Councilmember Duex is saying, I think this says exactly what he wants. It doesn't say shall. It says the premises may be re-inspected and a report will be given to the city council. I think this is fine.
It doesn't say who may do it, though. I mean, when you grant authorization, who are you authorizing to do it and when? Does the city council have anything to say about the licenses they're going to issue to say we'd like to have something inspected? Does the committee have any authority on that area to recommend or to ask that something be inspected? That whole process, it really needs to be rethought. I mean, we've left it this way. We haven't even lived by our ordinance for the last, I don't know how many years. We've not done what it says we're supposed to do. These are directives from the council in form of ordinance as to how it's to be done. And what I'm saying is if you're going to amend it, you really ought to know what outcomes you want and how you want it to happen. And we can discuss it here or we can discuss it later.
I understand what Councilmember Duex is saying, but I think in my interpretation, the way it's written, it kind of says is if we wanted somebody to re-inspect a license, we could give a directive to the department to go out and make it, and they would give us a report, because it says may be inspected at the time of renewal. So if someone would have a concern, we could do that. Or if the committee had some concern, they could do it. I think that this says that without, I understand more detail is better, but I think sometimes simplicity is better. And I think in this case, simplicity makes sense.
Councilmember Klinkhammer? I saw
Yes.
I saw his light on.
On the application, it lists the inspectors. Who is going to inspect it other than that? I mean, it's fairly self-explanatory. I mean, that's who they're referencing in this ordinance. We don't need to complicate this thing with more verbiage, just for the sake of putting more words in it.
Okay.
A clarification, Mr.
And again, I am perfectly comfortable with whatever you suggest, but the officers are listed, and that would not be changed in the code. So it's just about the renewals. So without question, if we have a new application, city clerk's going to get it. We've got police, health, fire, building inspector. They go out. So really, it's just this check for the very purpose that Councilmember Duex noted is we do need to come back with you and make sure is it all right. We're seeing there, we're suggesting that there's not really a need to check in these various trades every year on plumbing and electrical, and unless they've pulled a permit for something. So those are the inspectors that we're referencing. So. Yeah, I'm certainly open to word choice, but that's what we were trying to reference by just saying that the premises may be inspected. We could insert, by the above officers if that helps, or by the above departments. But otherwise, that's what we referenced, this code. They may be re-inspected at the time of renewal, and without question, if that re-inspection is done, we're going to provide that to you. That's the last sentence. And I agree with the comment of Councilmember Von Hayden, is that to the extent you have a concern and an inspection, we have a renewal before you as a council member, and you say, boy, I thought I heard something that they had a problem out there with their plumbing, I don't know, or their electrical. Can you do a report on that? And postpone it and ask us to do that, and we would get that inspection done. If there's other language that helps you get there, again, I'm open to it.
And the chair will, before I get back to you, Councilmember Duex, the chair will recognize Councilmember Pavelski, and then we'll have more time for.
My first thought, when I read this too, is that this ordinance would be so unclear. I had spent 20 years in healthcare, and what I really appreciated was an ordinance that told me directly, what it is I need to do. I feel that when you leave it discretionary, that the perception changes at that point in time, that something's wrong or that anyone has input. We saw the need, as we approved this need for the sewer as well as the storm, making that separation, that certainly a plumbing inspection was needed. My thought is that, gosh, if we're going to do the inspection, this is for re-inspections, and half of them, certainly the public health component is inspected annually, with restaurants and et cetera, because there's a lot of code violations. Now, how do you know about those, whether it's if they're plumbed correctly? Most of those referrals come from the public health when they do their survey. I myself think this is so lacking in terms of being clear in terms of what it is you're trying to accomplish and how you make those recommendations and how do you provide that discretionary. Who has to say that they need to be re-inspected? Does it have to come from us or where? And that's a lot of responsibility for city council members, trust me, in terms of those, fire, electric, building, plumbing. Health, he said, was covered, with that. But usually from the public health will be the referrals to a lot of those other inspectors, at least that's my assumption. But I think this one needs work, and that's a personal opinion, having worked with local code, state regs, and federal regs. You look for some consistency between them, and I find this one is really difficult. And even though we have not made this applicable, that is, we have not been doing it, we should have a code that reflects the functionality of why we need this or whatever. So language changes, in my mind, are really needed.
Again, I apologize if I'm unclear, but the only change that is coming before you is whether you want mandatory re-inspections on your business license. So it's whether it's mandatory or permissive. Without question, under separate health inspection for a restaurant license, they have to be inspected. Without question, and it's not in play in what this code amendment would do, if they're making a plumbing change, they have to get a plumbing permit, they're going to be inspected. If they're doing an electrical change, they have to pull a building permit, and they're going to get inspected. This is for a business license, where absent any changes in their plumbing or their electrical or the makeup of their building, do you want our building and electrical inspectors or our general building inspectors to be in there every year to look at, just to see how they're operating their business? Our suggestion is that there's not a need for that. Again, they're in there if there's a plumbing permit, and they sign off on that plumbing. But absent that, just to get a renewal of your license to be a restaurant, they haven't been going back in to check all the plumbing every single year if there wasn't a change to it.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Gumpel from Insights, perhaps.
Thank you. I've actually worked in two different scenarios, one where we had mandatory inspections and one we had inspections only when needed. And they can work either way. It's really a question of policy, and it's a question of operations. Quite frankly, if you want inspections to be done every year, we're probably going to have to look at staffing levels. And so it's really a question of what you want for policy. I think having the option of doing inspections if there are problems helps the efficiency operational-wise. if you can live with it on a policy-wide basis. So it's really a policy decision that you need to be comfortable with. And if you're comfortable with it, it seems like we've been doing that on an operational standpoint right now. And if we need to go back to the code and do the way the code stated, it's going to have an impact on staffing levels and how we can accomplish that.
Thank you for that insight. Councilmember Pavelski?
In follow-up, if I might ask, so where is this policy? Do we have one?
Well, I think the policy...
no, this doesn't elaborate for me.
Excuse me. The problem is we have a code that's not being followed right now. So that's issue number one. And issue number two is, what do you want? And if you want what the code states, we're going to have to kind of go back and look at how do we accomplish that. And I think it's going to have an impact on staffing levels. If you're comfortable with the way the practice is right now, we would ask you to consider the change to the ordinance to make it a permissive inspection. And to be quite honestly, when I've worked in situations where it's a permissive inspection, we all know which establishments need to be inspected, are problem establishments, and we can get the personnel in to do it. But if you have an establishment that's meeting all the codes and it's operating correctly, you don't have to go in and inspect every year. And I think you still protect the public safety by doing that.
Thank you. Councilmember Dweck?
Well, I think Mr. Van Gumpel is correct. I don't think I'm not advocating for regular annual inspections, which has been in here. I'm just pointing out that if we're going to go to a discretionary level, we ought to be able to determine whose discretion. And the tentative language I came up with is something that would explain the above named officials may, or upon direction of the city council shall, re-inspect the premises. May, that's their discretion, or if the council says you got to inspect Joe's bar, then they'd have to do it. Now, the problem with that only is that when we get these license renewals, and we get those on Friday, and we're voting on them on Tuesday, how do we know which ones we would have wanted inspected? And by then, it's probably the last meeting in June. Their license expires July 1, and we're really holding up the process. So something would have to happen in that process to trigger the thinking about this or the license renewal somehow to be in a more timely fashion. So I don't want to go there because that's not in the ordinance, but I think Mr. Van Gumpel would sympathize with the fact that then you've got to adapt your processes to allow for some time to do that. So if I may express a suggestion, it would be that next to the last sentence would read, the above named officials may, comma, or upon direction by the city council, comma, shall, comma, re-inspect the premises. And that would mean that that's their discretion, but the council may express a directive that would say, hey, Joe's Bar and Grill needs to be inspected. We've heard some allegations of whatever. Or you may have someone else in the public who might bring it to your attention and say, and we've had this happen occasionally, but we've not had a process for really how you do that.
Is that a motion to amend the language, or?
There's a suggestion.
Point of discussion?
And I just don't know if Mr. Van Gumpel would want to respond.
Further discussion can be on the wording change or
Yes.
Ask the seconder first, if they'll accept it.
Who was the?
Who's the mover?
Emmanuel.
Accept that as a friendly?
Did you get the wording?
Say yes.
Madam City Clerk?
Say yes. Just say yes, friendly.
The friendly amendment suggestion has been rejected, so you wanted Mr. Van Gumpel's feedback, I believe. Would you care to offer any on the wording?
I would be, I think, comfortable with the friendly amendment. I think it would meet with the spirit of what's happening. And I think we can look at the process to make sure that you would have ample opportunity to make that input during that renewal process. So I would suggest that you act favorably on the favorable amendment.
Further discussion then? Does the motion to amend stand? Are you re-motioning?
Well, I'll make a motion if it's,
Okay.
I'm not sure it's the perfect one, but it's just one I had written down here as we were
And
talking.
Is there a second to the motion, the amendment? Seconded by Councilmember Belo. And the wording change, are we clear on the wording change? Clear enough?
The wording I have for the second to the last sentence, it would be changed to read, "The above-named officials may, or at the direction of the city council, shall re-inspect the premises at the time of renewal of the license."
On the motion, Councilmember Olson.
I just have a real simple question, I guess, I hope, is when we change from this shall to may, does that create any legal problems as far as if there's an establishment that has repeated problems that they can come back and say, well, you're re-inspecting us or you're doing this and you're not someone else? Is there any kind of legal problem there?
You know what, the reason this got brought forward is, we saw it as a legal issue twofold. One, and primarily just that this policy discussion could happen because we had a variance between what we could actually move forward with staffing and the policy we were pursuing, and a code that had sat there for some time and really called for annual inspection. So that's a legal problem that we want to align. Second is, when there's shalls on the city and that inspection is done, generally we're still going to enjoy something that's termed discretionary or governmental immunity from that review and that position. But a may is really preferable as far as I'm concerned, because it's not compelling us to act. We're not absolutely required to inspect. And so it very clearly is a discretionary act. The primary issue is to make sure we maintain safe licensed establishments. But in terms of a secondary issue of protecting the city against liability, that may discretionary is a better choice.
Councilmember Mitchell?
I can't support this amendment because it seems to me that it means that that the council is going to have to vote. I mean, the city council doesn't mean that council member so-and-so can call the inspector and say, you shall go and inspect this property. What this would say is the city council will have to hear that a certain business has bad plumbing, and then we'll have to vote to send the plumbing inspector out. I think that's ridiculous. I think that puts us at a level of operation that we don't belong in. And I can see that individuals of us might call the health department or the building inspector and say, I've had a citizen complaint, there's something wrong there, that's fine. But that's not what this says to me. This makes it a matter of the council action, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Another point of view. Councilmember Duex, response.
Well, I don't wish to encourage individual council members to be calling inspectors to have them go after a particular business. I mean, I think if there's something that's, there ought to be some intervening review of that, and I'm not trying to get into that. I'm not talking about their plumbing. I'm talking about their record as a server, and mostly these are going to be police issues or health issues. If it's an unsafe health facility in a licensed tavern or restaurant that serves alcohol, that's an issue. If there are police encounters or problems, that's an issue. Never mind the electrical inspector and the plumbing. That's kind of a side thing. I realize those could be building issues. But this thing is dealing with all these inspectors, which do the original inspection for the original license. What we need to talk about is what's our policy on renewal. And I think that language, you're misreading the language. it says the above named officials may, or upon direction of the city council, they have to. In other words, if the city council directs it, they will do it. If the city council doesn't direct it, then they may do it. Obviously, there's discretion in there. So if you want to leave the city council out, fine. But the point is, who are the people that, it says the premises may be re-inspected. I wasn't sure who was doing the re-inspections. And if it is those above named folks, then fine. That's all I was trying to accomplish. As to other things, that'll have to be saved for another day as to our processes on relicensing. There still are some other problems in the process that aren't covered in this ordinance.
I believe we're still discussing the motion to amend with the wording as read by Madam City Clerk. Are you ready to vote on the motion to amend? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Olson.
No.
Pavelski.
No.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Boo.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Balo.
Aye.
Duax.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
No.
Kincaid.
No. The motion to amend fails on a 6-5. Further discussion then is in order on the ordinance as presented. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll on the ordinance as written on page 239.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski.
No.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Boo.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Balo.
Aye.
Duax.
No.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
And that ordinance is adopted. The last ordinance, item 24 for action this evening, is an ordinance that amends Chapter 6.08 entitled Animal Control and Chapter 6.12 entitled Keeping of Certain Animals of the City Code of Ordinances. Mr. Nick.
All right. We'll see if birds and cats and ferrets create less controversy, although usually animals create a lot of fur and feathers flying too. So I apologize for bringing you these forward. You can tell why they don't come forward a whole lot. All right, so on this one we have in section 1 a change to, again, just a reference to the fee and license schedule. That also was changed by your policy last year, adopting a new fee and license schedule fee, $50 variance fee. So again, many of you will recall that you adopted by that resolution that to exceed the number of dogs and cats, that there would be a fee application. You'll probably recall we went through a fairly long discussion of should we just set a specific number and have no variances anymore, but ultimately decided, no, let's still keep that variance process so our citizens can have more than the standard. It's 2 dogs and 3 cats, but they can apply for a variance to exceed that number. And there's a fee, and that's in your fee and license schedule. Again, you initially created it at $50, and through your action last week in the budget, that also incrementally went up, so now it's at $51. So the first item is simply that, again, generic reference in the code to tie back into our fee and license schedule. The second is in section 608-050, again dealing with animals, under our quarantine or disposition of rabid animals. We adopted in 2006 a dangerous dog ordinance. That has worked well. It deals specifically with dogs. Remember, that was controversial as well, whether we were going to go to a breed-specific ordinance but we didn't. And so we deal with dogs that have bitten or have acted aggressively towards other animals, and we can order them out of the city or fine the owner. However, in doing that, we made some changes to this quarantine that we'd like to reverse. The quarantine is used particularly by the health department for health and safety reasons. It seems odd that it's dog, cats, and ferrets, but I'm told those are the animals that are domesticated that can carry the rabies disease. And we reintroduce under this quarantine the vicious or dangerous to the public phrase that used to be in the code. And then finally, well, actually there's two more. Next, we include references to Chapter 173. So again, we're dealing with statutory code references here. 173.23 is disposition of animals. It's state law already, but just gives us a cross-reference within this quarantine code to how unclaimed animals are dealt with. And then 174.02 sub 3 deals with owner liability and the steps we have to go through to eventually euthanize an animal that might be rabid or believed to be rabid. And finally, and admittedly this is one where we're doing a double check. This is one of those crazy but true questions that I got earlier in the year. So you have a code that says no person can keep, feed, or breed any fur-bearing animal. So I got a question. Does that mean I can or can't raise pheasants or quail, presumably for game hunting in the city? But maybe it was another domesticated fowl chicken issue in disguise. I don't know. But I felt that even though it was not technically within the definition of a fur-bearing game animal under state code, that pheasants and quail are in fact animal, and that they were not allowed as well. But that's one of those double checks. So we include bird, fur-bearing animal, or game animal or bird, and then that game bird is defined by state statute to include things like pheasants and quail. So there you go. People call us with those sort of things. And
questions for Mr. Nick? Did we defined a dangerous dog? Right?
Yeah, dangerous dog is a separate chapter, and it is defined and it's been applied quite well. Again, here it's a different section specifically dealing with quarantine that the health department uses. We have a bite. We would certainly deal with that dog as a dangerous dog if we have a bite to human, but then under 608.050, that animal also is going to be quarantined for investigation until we can determine whether it had its proper rabies vaccine and they're up to date.
So does the underlined words dangerous to the public, does that mean a dangerous dog, or those are cross they mean the same thing, or?
Right. The vicious or dangerous, we're really what we're looking for in the flexibility there is, say, again, this has happened. I mean, you think it's that, but we've had to quarantine cats. We've had cat to human bites, and the animal doesn't come back rabid, but it's been a problem that it is vicious or dangerous. Well, our dangerous dog ordinance is a dangerous dog ordinance, so it doesn't give us an ability to deal with that now believed vicious, dangerous cat and or ferret.
Right.
I don't know. Somehow I won the lottery to bring these issues before you today.
I was just trying to bore down on how we would define dangerous to the public, and it must be an animal that meets the definition of a dangerous dog. There must be some criteria.
They're animal bites to humans.
Okay.
The vicious or aggressive nature can include attacks to another animal under our dangerous dog ordinance, and we'd interpret that similarly. So admittedly, it's very rare, but again, on both of these, the reason it's coming up is because they came up this year. We had a vicious and or dangerous cat that wasn't rabid but was biting people, and we had a question about, can I raise pheasants in my backyard?
I don't mean to be monopolizing, but I had a call from a citizen this year too who was very upset because she wanted to harbor a dog whom had not yet bitten, I believe, I'm not quite sure about that. She wanted to harbor the dog, she wasn't the owner, but she wasn't allowed to, and I see that that would not be allowed, so. I mean, people call us about these problems too.
Me too.
So, yeah. Councilmember Pavelski.
Well, here's a question for you. You know, being that you added birds to it, I was curious about how you're going to address the pigeon section. Is that not a bird? I mean, really, it's in here, and it is separate, and so maybe you want language to clarify that.
They're not a game bird, though, so it's game animal or bird.
Well, then yeah, but you're saying bird.
So no mourning doves, because mourning doves can be hunted.
Okay. But if you say game
Can they?
animal or game bird, maybe,
Carrier pigeons.
or game bird.
We do have,
I wouldn't have put game, yeah, I see game animal or bird, but I would not have, necessarily assumed game bird. It
Right.
should go in there, game bird.
Or game bird, that'd be great.
That's a friendly.
Sure.
Now, my other question to you is there any thought to beekeeping?
Beekeeping is
Well,
not
yeah,
presently in
it's
front of us.
Presently, right in the paper.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, and so it's an issue because, it goes back to chickens because I had people contact me about beekeeping next, and then there was, I won't go into urban farms, but close to it.
I think on beekeeping, we need some direction in terms of if there's a desire by council to specifically deal with it. We don't intend to bring it forward as
I have had
an
a call
update
on
to the
it,
code.
so
I've
I'm
had those
bringing
calls
it up.
too.
Thank you, Councilmember Pavelski.
Thank you.
Councilmember Drex.
I'm just going to question in number A, any dog, using dog in here. I'm pretty sure, and I haven't got the dangerous dog ordinance that was adopted in 2006 in front of me, but it seems to me we did cover that about impounding and disposal. So I think there's either a duplicate or maybe a conflicting provision in the dangerous dog ordinance. And then secondly, in H, a harbor or any dog which is known to be, or there's good reason to be mad, vicious, I'm almost positive that was covered. So I'm wondering whether this is in conflict or you just eliminate the word dog from there because it is it's covered elsewhere.
I appreciate the effort, but frankly, we were trying to do the same thing, and that's what got us pinched on this. The reference to dog here, that's not new. You'll notice that's not an underline. So sometimes we try to be so specific that it ends up coming back to bite us. I couldn't help it. So there's no question that a dog that bites could also be handled under our dangerous dog ordinance. This is a different code that's really specific to the health department dealing with that dog that might be rabid. So we want to be able to handle that sort of an animal in multiple ways. Sure, we could declare it as a dangerous dog, but we also want the authority to quarantine that to ensure that the animal has been properly vaccinated. So it's handled in both, but that to me is not a problem.
Thank you. I think we were in a question period, but moved into discussion, so the chair will move the ordinance on a motion by Councilmember Vu and seconded by Councilmember Belo, and therefore continue our discussion, if there is any. Councilmember Klinkhammer?
No, you cannot go back to Brown Deer.
That's a directive, I think. Out of order. Seeing no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Olson.
Aye.
Pavelski. Von Hayden. Vu.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Balo.
Aye.
Duax.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
And that ordinance is adopted. I do have several ordinances for introduction. Item 25 is an ordinance rezoning property at 3411 Stein Boulevard from R4 to C1P and to adopt a general development plan for the existing Elks Club. Item 26 is an ordinance rezoning property at the north side of Folsom, west of 33rd Street from R1A to R1. Item 27, an ordinance rezoning property at the southeast corner of Jeffers Road and West Shorewood Drive from C3P to R2P for a duplex development. And 2 ordinances for introduction regarding stop signs. Item 28 is an ordinance amending Table 3 of the City Code of Ordinances entitled Stop Intersections by adding Lincoln Avenue and Russ Street when entering from the north and south on Russ. And 29, an ordinance amending Table 3 entitled Stop Sections by adding Echo Valley Drive and South Oakwood Hills Parkway when entering from the south on Echo Valley Drive. And 3 code amendment ordinances. This to be introduced tonight. This would go under the category of something to look forward to. Item 30 is an ordinance amending section .16.020 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Payments-Installments. Item 31, an ordinance amending section 15.04.040 of the City Code entitled Charge Based Upon Water Consumption by deleting the minimum consumption wording. And lastly, an ordinance for introduction amending section 9.76.110 entitled Parks-Hazardous Activities Prohibited. Does council wish to suspend the rules and take up any of these items? Councilmember Klinkhammer, you do? No. Then we have nothing to look forward to. Announcements and directives are now in order. Mr. City Manager Van Gumpel.
Well, first of all, I'm not going back to Brown Deer because Mary Jo, my wife, told me we're not moving again, so don't worry about that. You will be receiving an email with my contact information, and that should be coming to you shortly. If you hadn't noticed, I've had a couple of interview requests, both with the print media and television, and those were on the air. Basically, all I did was talk about how we build relationships, both with elected officials, with staff, and with the public, and that's really one of the things I want to try to do. In light of that, I am trying to schedule one-on-one meetings with all the council members. I think some of you are already on my calendar. And I'm also trying to do that with all the department directors, just the initial go-around, and then spend a little bit more time with each of the departments so you get a better understanding of the organization, policies, and procedures. So looking forward to that. As far as the upcoming events, tomorrow night is the Chippewa Valley Joint Cities meeting. On Thursday is another Clear Vision Empowerment Summit at Peace Lutheran. And on Friday is the Chamber Eggs and Issues, and that's going to have a presentation, I think, from the Wisconsin Taxpayer Alliance. So I think we have some people signed up for that. If you're last minute, I think, can we still take some other reservations for those? So I've had a lot of things thrown at me tonight that didn't bother me at all. And continue with my positive attitude, and I really look forward, and I'm really excited about being part of the organization, so thank you.
And thank you. Directives by council. Councilmember Duex.
I think the first thing we ought to do is direct the city manager to get his old Claire pin on there, so that everybody knows he's there. There we go. And
well,
now you're
each morning I've been making sure that I don't have my Brown Deer lapel pin on, because I didn't want to show up at work with my Brown Deer lapel pin on. So
that's
thank
true.
you.
That would be bad right now.
Anyone else? On a motion then by Councilmember Vu, seconded by Councilmember Belo, this meeting is adjourned without objection.
This program was recorded and presented by Chippewa Valley Community Television. A transcript of this meeting is available for the hearing impaired. Call 839-4912 or write the Eau Claire City Clerk at P.O. Box 5148, Eau Claire, Wisconsin 54702-5148. Chippewa Valley Community Television is made possible by continuing community support. If you'd like to volunteer or make a donation, you can contact us by calling 715-839-5067 or on the web at www.cvctv.org.